Luan Baifeng had been active in the Black Territory for many years, and though she could not say that she knew this place like her own backyard, she was still much more familiar with it than Yang Kai. Under her guidance, their journey progressed without incident. While following the woman, Yang Kai also brought out his demon eye of annihilation, so he could keep an eye on the situation around them. Sure enough, the demon eye of annihilation was amazing. Yang Kai could obviously see traces of some arrays around them, but since he was not proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays, he could only see them, unlike Luan Baifeng, who could not only see them but could also see the appropriate method in cracking them. Several times, Luan Baifeng clearly led him into a natural array, but mysteriously, they did not trigger. After moving forward a while longer, a mysterious aura appeared in the void. Under the guidance of that aura, Yang Kai could feel the world force inside of his small universe leaking out. Yang Kai made an exclamation of surprise and quickly shut his small universe. But it was to no avail as world force continued spilling out from his body. It's useless. Clearly, Luan Baifeng noticed his actions. The first danger of the Black Prison is the arrays you can find everywhere, but the second is this strange aura. Once enveloped by this aura, no matter what order the Open Heaven Realm Master is in, they can't stop their world force from flowing out of their bodies. Right now, we are only at the edge of where we come in contact with this aura. The deeper we go, the stronger the aura becomes, and the faster our world force leaks out. I would advise you to start replenishing yourself now. Otherwise, the further we go, the more difficult it will be. Saying so, she grabbed a handful of Open Heaven pills and stuffed them into her mouth, swallowing them down and silently refining them. Yang Kai nodded lightly, but he did not take her words too seriously. Right now, even though the world force inside of his body was leaking, it was at a very low rate, so he could ignore it for now. What was more, he also wanted to know what was going on with this aura, and why such changes would happen in his body because of it. He calmed his mind and tried to search for an answer, but came up empty. However, he was reminded of his experience in the shadowless cave heaven. There was a formless astral wind that he encountered there, the essence of which was a powerful divine ability that swept across the entire shadowless cave heaven. Occasionally, it blew through the shadowless cave heaven and entered the small universes of Open Heaven Realm Masters inside, wreaking havoc with their world force and shaving it away. Unlike the strange aura found in the Black Prison, the formless astral wind could be regarded as a gush of a foreign power that entered one's small universe and ground down some of the small universe's heritage. The situation here in the Black Prison was that the heritage of one's small universe would constantly leak away. In the shadowless cave heaven, Yang Kai relied on his towering evergreen to resist the formless astral wind, but he had no idea whether this element divine manifestation would have any effect on the situation in the Black Prison. With this in mind, Yang Kai immediately released his towering evergreen, and a vibrant green light emerged, brimming with rich vitality. The ancient tree appeared and its branches hung low, wrapping around both Luan Baifeng and himself. As soon as this secret technique was used, the strange aura that had been surrounding them in the void was kept at bay, and the leakage of world force from their small universes also stopped. It worked! Yang Kai was overjoyed. As he expected, the wood element power that he condensed from the essence of the immortal tree was truly extraordinary. Not only could it stop the encroachment of the formless astral wind, but it was also able to keep out the strange aura that filled the void. However, when he thought about it, the immortal tree was a supreme treasure of an exceptionally high order, so it was not strange for it to have such amazing effects. Now, a big problem of theirs was solved. What did you do? Luan Baifeng looked at Yang Kai, eyes wide in shock. She could clearly feel the change in herself during that instant. The world force which had been slowly pouring out of her body suddenly stopped escaping. She could not even feel the strange aura anymore. Isn't this divine manifestation supposed to only heal? Previously, Yang Kai had also used the towering evergreen to heal her injuries after she had been burned by his golden crow's true fire. Now, it seemed like this divine manifestation may not be as simple as just a mere healing method. For years, she had been trying to find a solution to the strange aura that was omnipresent in the Black Prison. Yet she never found a single clue. She did not expect that she would be able to find such a miracle in Yang Kai on this day. Not only can it heal injuries, it can also be used defensively. Yang Kai gave a simple explanation. Luan Baifeng looked at him with bright eyes. How long can you hold this divine manifestation for? Does it consume a lot of energy? Yang Kai chuckled. If it's only to cover the two of us, then it does not consume much energy. I should be able to keep it going for a long time. Right now, as he was in the sixth order open heaven realm, his heritage was also mighty. Being limited to just a small area, the towering evergreen did not consume too much of his strength to maintain, to the point it could even be called negligible. What was more, he had countless open heaven pills inside of his space ring, so it was not like he was unable to replenish what he was consuming. Luan Baifeng looked at him with complicated eyes. The problem that had been bothering her for hundreds of years was finally resolved today, so naturally, it would not be right to say that she was not ecstatic. Only, once she remembered the current situation she was in, as well as her status, that joy dimmed considerably. After all, even if she could mine the stars deeper within the black territory now, whatever she could find would still belong to someone else and have nothing to do with her. Her mood suddenly plummeted, and she stayed quiet during their journey, simply using her secret technique to check for the spirit arrays that surrounded them, continuously leading Yang Kai forward. Half a day later, Luan Baifeng said, "Another hour more, and we will be reaching the no-man's land. My subordinated or slaves were unable to stay there for long, so it has been many years since anyone has gone to mine the stars there." Yang Kai nodded. "Is that where all the 6th order and 7th order materials were mined?" "Most of them are. Of course, a few pieces were found in the outer region. Even though the stars on the outside are a little lacking in terms of their output, finding 6th order materials is not impossible, just very rare." Yang Kai turned to look at her. "I heard that the slaves under your subordination are either captives or prisoners of war. In that case, they must not be loyal to you, so how can you ensure that they will not pocket any of the resources they find?" Luan Baifeng was frank. World force must be consumed in order to mine the stars. Subsequently, just going deep inside the black prison would mean that their world force is constantly being depleted, so where would they have the spare world force to dissolve black stones once they got there? What's more, even if they did secretly dissolve some black stone, they are still not guaranteed to find anything. Since that's the case, it's better for them to exchange for open heaven pills from me using the black stone that they've mined. If they're lucky enough and mine enough black stone, it's completely possible for them to exchange enough open heaven pills for their own use. It did make sense. The black stones may not necessarily contain anything, and the slaves would have to spend a lot of effort dissolving even one piece while there was a high chance of getting nothing in return. For the slaves that live here in the black prison, every last thread of world force was extremely precious to them. As for running away, there was little hope of that happening. The black territory was surrounded by natural arrays. If they were to accidentally trigger one of them, then the chances of surviving were slim to none. Even compared to the shattered heaven, this black prison was no less dangerous. While they spoke, Luan Baifeng looked up ahead and declared, "We're here. That star ahead is the deepest one that my slaves have been able to mine so far. No one has ever reached deeper before." Looking over, Yang Kai saw a dark star floating in the void. This star was truly not small, even bigger than the star boundary itself. Like all the stars in the black territory, it was filled with cracks and pits without any vitality. Luan Baifeng led Yang Kai to a certain spot on the star, and at first glance, he was able to see the traces left behind from a previous mining expedition. Obviously the work of the 6th order slaves that were here long ago. However, even 6th order open heaven masters could not survive long in this environment. In the months and years they spent mining, their world force never ceased escaping their bodies, weakening the heritage of their small universes. In the end, their small universe collapsed, leading to their deaths. "What are you planning to do now? You're not planning to mine black stone here, are you?" Luan Baifeng looked askance at Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed. "Do you have any other good ideas? If not, then get to work. Don't tell me that you don't know how to mine after living here in the black prison all these years." Luan Baifeng was furious. "You ran all the way here just so you can mine black stone yourself? Are you stupid? Even if you did manage to gain anything out of this, it's hard to guarantee you'll be able to get your sixth-order yin-yang element materials. Yang Kai stroked his chin and thought, what you say makes sense, but there's one part where you're wrong. Where? Luan Baifeng frowned. You'll be the one mining black stone, not me. Yang Kai wagged his finger in front of her eyes. Luan Baifeng blinked and gawked. Then what are you going to do? Yang Kai said matter-of-factly, supervise. Luan Baifeng's lungs were about to explode from anger. Keep dreaming. You may kill me, but I won't allow you to humiliate me. Hurry up and get to it. You know you can't go against my orders, so why make a fool of yourself? Luan Baifeng glared viciously at him with eyes that seemed like she wanted to eat him alive. It was clear that she was not willing to compromise on this issue. However, when Yang Kai took out the loyalty list and gave the order, she had to mine regardless of how reluctant she was, while exerting her divine abilities without restraint, sending debris flying everywhere. She cursed through her teeth, feeling extremely aggrieved. There were a number of ways to mine black stone on N or star, and Yang Kai quickly understood after watching for a while. Since the black stone itself can block the probing of one's divine sense, it was easy to see where they were just by spreading out one's divine sense. Wherever the divine sense was being blocked, that was where the black stone was located. Then, using secret techniques, as long as one controlled their strength, they could simply blast apart the surrounding rock to obtain black stone. Luan Baifeng was a powerful sixth-order open heaven realm master, so she was naturally efficient at mining black stone. Even though Yang Kai said he was going to supervise, he wasn't being serious. After observing and studying what Luan Baifeng was doing for a while, he also began mining. Only then did Luan Baifeng's anger subside slightly. Now, with their united strength, it took only a short 3 days for them to mine 100 pieces of black stone. According to Luan Baifeng, her or slaves would be lucky to get 5 or 6 pieces of black stone in a single day in a place like this. Usually, they would only come away with a couple of pieces per trip or even less. Out of 100 pieces, at most 30% would contain anything, while most of the black stone was empty, so Yang Kai just tossed them aside. In the end, Yang Kai harvested 27 materials of different orders. You can see inside the black stone? Luan Baifeng looked in shock at Yang Kai. The two of them had mined over 100 pieces of black stone after working for 3 days, most of which Yang Kai tossed after just a glance. In the end, only 27 pieces were left behind, and all of them contained cultivational materials without exception. That only proved one thing. This is impossible. Still refusing to believe her eyes, Luan Baifeng grabbed a piece of black stone that Yang Kai had thrown aside. This piece of black stone was only the size of a palm, not very large. Circulating her world force around it, it took only a few moments to dissolve the black stone, but there was nothing inside. Are you truly able to see into the black stones? With the facts now placed before her eyes, Luan Baifeng had no other choice but to believe it. What exactly is that eye technique that you're using? Yang Kai did not answer. He only frowned. Even though he had obtained 27 pieces of cultivation materials, Luan Baifeng was right. The order of the materials produced on the deeper or stars were slightly higher than on the outside as 3 pieces that were in the 5th order. It was unfortunate that they were unable to find any 6th order materials, much less any 6th order yin or yang element materials. Luan Baifeng, on the other hand, cheered up unexpectedly. If you truly can see into the black stones, then it will save a lot of time, and the rate of our output will be increased. However, Yang Kai shook his head. It's too slow. Luan Baifeng was surprised. You still think it's too slow? How fast do you want it to be? Yang Kai told her. You and I have been working here for 3 days, and this is all we got. It is simply not worth the effort. Luan Baifeng frowned. If you want to get materials of the 6th order yin and yang elements, then it will naturally depend on your luck. You don't expect this or star to be full of the materials you need, do you? Naturally, I never thought so. Yang Kai shook his head with a frown. This is just different from what I expected. Luan Baifeng pondered for a moment. Then, she pointed into a certain distance. Perhaps you can bring your search to an even deeper or star. The one we are standing on now is the farthest my subordinated or slaves have ever reached. We never went deeper, but there is no saying that the materials found in the black stones that are found in the ore stars even deeper won't be of higher order. Yang Kai looked in the direction where she pointed, only to see the void littered with countless ore stars of all different sizes. After some thought, he shook his head. No need. The mining speed with only the two of us is too slow. Who knows when we will be able to find the things I need. This won't do, that won't do. Luan Baifeng was inexplicably angry. Then why don't you go back and bring your slaves here to mine? With your divine manifestation protecting them, they won't die in a short amount of time no matter how low their cultivation is. It should be enough to do something at the very least. Yang Kai shook his head. Luan Baifeng's suggestion was even less feasible. He could probably shelter a couple dozen more without any trouble. However, it would be impossible for him to shelter all of her or slaves. It would consume too much energy if he had to maintain his divine manifestation for a long time. What was more, it was impossible for him to stay here forever, sheltering the slaves using towering evergreen. He had no idea what the situation in Voidland was right now, so he had to return as soon as possible. Right now, he had already obtained enough materials for 10 people. Including the 3 sets he had back at Voidland, they had enough resources to meet the needs for 13 people to advance into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Perhaps he could return for now before waiting slowly for the Black Prison to mine more resources. If he was lucky, then he might be able to find more of the materials that he needed. However, that thought only entered his mind for a moment before he dismissed it. Luan Baifeng had already told him that her personal collection of resources were basically mined from this or star that they were standing on long ago. The rate of any 6th Order materials appearing in the outer or stars was simply too low. Yang Kai sighed, feeling that his way of thinking was too naive. As he was about to leave, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned to look into the void. Luan Baifeng looked over in confusion and saw Yang Kai frowning at first. Then his expression changed. Seemingly having thought of something, his spirit was lifted. You? Luan Baifeng eyed him warily. Yang Kai grinned. Of course. Bringing the slaves over is too troublesome, and there's no way I can shelter them forever. However, we can bring N or star back instead. Luan Baifeng was dumbfounded by his whimsical idea, and she narrowed her eyes at him and asked for confirmation. Bring N or star back? Yang Kai was inspired though and explained excitedly. This strange aura does not exist in the outer region of the Black Prison. At least, not the place where you usually live. If we can bring out N or star from the depths, then it can be mined without fear, and we would not have to worry about our world force leaking out. You must be crazy? Luan Baifeng stared at Yang Kai as if she were looking at a fool. Why don't you take one back and show me? Then, how would we know that it's impossible if we don't try? Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and observed the situation ahead. I noticed it when we arrived here, but there are both big and small or stars in the Black Territory. Naturally, there's no need for us to even consider bringing back the larger ones, especially since we might not even be able to move them. However, if we could find one the size of which is just right, we could bring it back. Wait, you're not joking. Luan Baifeng was convinced that Yang Kai was serious now, and she was dumbfounded by that. Who's joking with you? While saying that, Yang Kai circulated his world force and wrapped it around Luan Baifeng, heading deeper into the void. Since he was determined to bring back N or star, then naturally the deeper it came from, the better. That was because the boon was richer and the order of the materials was higher the deeper the or star was. All along their journey, Luan Baifeng maintained a dumbfounded expression. She could hardly keep up with Yang Kai's whimsical way of thought. After countless years of living in the Black Prison, she had never once considered bringing N or star from the depths of the Black Prison back to the outer periphery. Not because she had never thought of this idea, but because it was impossible. Even with her strength in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, it was difficult to stay in these depths for long, not to mention the fact that the stars were generally humongous. Who could carry them away? But not only did Yang Kai have that idea, he was even prepared to give it a try. On the way, Yang Kai was constantly muttering, "This one's too big. We probably won't be able to take it back. But this one's too small. It will not last long even if we bring it back. It's simply not worth it." Why isn't there one that's neither too big nor too small? Annoyed by his constant babbling, Luan Baifeng rolled her eyes. It was not known how long they flew through the Black Territory's depths, but Yang Kai was unable to find a suitable target. Then, at a certain point, a strange aura suddenly penetrated towering Evergreen's defensive barrier, instantly enveloping the two of them. Both Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng grunted in unison. They could feel the world force inside of their small universe flow out of them like a broken floodgate. Luan Baifeng's face changed dramatically. Yang Kai was also shocked at the sudden change and quickly stopped in his tracks before retreating backward for 1,000 kilometers. Still horrified at their encounter, both of them exchanged glances. Luan Baifeng was first to break the silence as she asked hesitantly, "What just happened?" Yang Kai shook his head, indicating that he did not know. However, when he checked, 10% of the heritage of his small universe had been drained away in that brief moment. Even though he had no idea how Luan Baifeng was faring, she must have suffered much more than he did, because even her face had gone slightly pale at this moment. Her aura was unstable, and it was obvious that she had just lost a lot of strength. Is it that your divine manifestation is unable to stop the encroachment of that aura anymore? Luan Baifeng asked tentatively. Yang Kai quickly shook his head. If that were the case, then the world force in our small universes would still be flowing out right now. But just now, just recalling what happened made Luan Baifeng shudder. The experience was simply too frightening. Under the envelopment of that aura, she could not help but get the illusion that she was powerless to resist and would be drained of all her strength within a few breaths. Yang Kai looked into the distance. There must be a critical point that if we pass, even my divine manifestation won't be able to defend against the Black Territory's power. He shook his head. We can't go any deeper than this. This is my limit. If we go any deeper, then both of us will die. He felt shocked inside. What exactly was the strange aura that was present in the Black Territory that even the divine manifestation he cultivated from the immortal tree's essence was unable to resist against it? It had to be known that his towering evergreen could even pass through the formless astral wind without issue. But could this aura actually be even more dangerous than the innate divine ability of the formless astral wind? You've been in charge of this place for so many years. How could you not know what is inside the Black Territory's depths? Yang Kai frowned. Luan Baifeng shook her head. Without you, it would be impossible even for me to reach this deep. It seems like there's a big secret hidden inside of this Black Territory. Yang Kai sighed. However, no matter what might be hidden up ahead, Yang Kai would naturally not step over the line again now that he knew where it was. It would not be too long to wait until his cultivation was higher to explore the secrets hidden deep inside of the Black Territory. You should recover your energy for now. I'll see if I can find a suitable or star. I might need your help when that time comes, Yang Kai ordered. Luan Baifeng did not stand on ceremony and took out handfuls of open heaven pills, swallowing them as she began refining them in order to make up for what she lost just now. Even though Yang Kai also lost some energy, his heritage was much greater than Luan Baifeng's, so losing that much energy did not impede him from continuing his search. He traveled in all directions, constantly searching. However, he searched and searched, but still could not find a suitable or star. All of them were either too large, making it too troublesome to take them away, or too small, making it not worth the effort to begin with. 2 days later, when Luan Baifeng opened her eyes again, her complexion was rosier. Obviously, she was able to recover some of her strength. Did you find anything? She looked at Yang Kai and asked. Even though she had been meditating in order to restore her energy this whole time, she was not completely oblivious to what was happening around her. She could sense all of Yang Kai's movements the past 2 days, and she could vaguely feel that Yang Kai had come to some sort of decision. Here, come and take a look with your eye secret technique. What sort of spirit array is that? Yang Kai pointed to a certain direction in the void. He could see that there were traces of an array using his demon eye of annihilation, but his proficiency in the Tao of spirit arrays was not high enough to determine what type of array it was. Luan Baifeng immediately activated her eye technique, and after studying it for a short moment, she said, "It should be an illusion array." An illusion array. Yang Kai frowned. Then, he brought her to another place and pointed to the void in the front. What about this one? Luan Baifeng observed it for a moment before responding. This is a trapping array. Yang Kai shook his head and brought her to another place. This is a killing array and I can't decipher it, we'd better stay away from it. If we get caught up in it, then it would be disastrous for both of us. A purple light flowed in Luan Baifeng's eyes as she observed the area in the distance. However, Yang Kai seemed cheerful to hear her answer. This is it. Saying so, he dragged Luan Baifeng along and flew off into the distance. What are you trying to do? Luan Baifeng could not resist the urge to ask. Previously, Yang Kai had the whimsical idea of bringing back an star with him, and now he was looking for a specific spirit array for some reason. The way his thoughts jumped around was truly unpredictable. Yang Kai replied casually, most of the stars here are too large for the two of us to bring back alone, so we have to think of another way. As they were talking, the two of them arrived before an star. Luan Baifeng looked at the star and sneered. So your idea is to bring such a small one back? Fine. This one is small, but it will take about a month to mine. Maybe we can get something good out of it. Yang Kai did not speak and just took a deep breath. Even though air did not exist in this void, Yang Kai's chest still swelled up from his actions. A dragon roar suddenly reverberated in Luan Baifeng's mind, and dragon pressure spread out, which shocked her greatly. After that, a crackle could be heard and Luan Baifeng could not help but feel her vision lifting constantly. There, in plain view, she saw Yang Kai covered in a golden light, and in a very short amount of time, he transformed into a literal giant. A dragon beard fluttered under his jaw, and there were even 2 dragon horns growing atop his forehead. A terrifying pressure pressed down on her chest like a giant mountain, making her tremble with unease. Luan Baifeng's vision could not help but freeze. Before this giant that stood several thousand meters tall, Luan Baifeng simply felt as little as an ant. Yang Kai looked down at her and leaned down slightly, extending a giant dragon claw to her and shouted majestically, "Climb up!" Looking at the claw, which was countless times larger than her own body, caused Luan Baifeng to gulp regardless of her tough mental fortitude. Stiffly, she raised her feet and stepped onto Yang Kai's palm. Yang Kai straightened up again and gently placed Luan Baifeng on her shoulder before urging, "Stay close to me. Don't stray too far." Luan Baifeng immediately grabbed onto one of the raised dragon scales on Yang Kai's shoulder and nodded repeatedly, just like a naive but docile little girl. Without the shelter of Yang Kai's element divine manifestation in these depths, it would not take long for the world force to be drained from her body entirely. So there was no need for Yang Kai to command her, as she would stick close to him regardless. However, Yang Kai's actions gave her the vague awareness that he was going to be doing something big soon. And that was exactly what happened. Hot dragon breath blowing in and out of Yang Kai's nostrils. He shook his head faintly and stretched out his hand, summoning a spear into it. The azure dragon spear had also become incomparably large at this moment. With a light shake of the azure dragon spear, Yang Kai circulated his energy and thrust the spear out towards the small star. The void shook as dazzling spear light erupted out. Luan Baifeng even wondered whether the star would immediately shatter into pieces under this thrust. However, Yang Kai clearly did not mean to blow up the star before him. So, he thrust his spear with just enough force that when it was applied to the star, the latter shook violently and began moving forward. All the stars in the Black Territory were stationary relative to each other, yet Yang Kai's power had been so violent in that moment that it was enough to push forward an star of such a scale. However, the speed was not very fast. Yang Kai followed the star and thrust his spear forward again. Again and again he prodded the star with his spear, and the repeated blows made the small star go faster and faster. Luan Baifeng could clearly see that Yang Kai was not only pushing the star forward with his own strength, but also adjusting the direction of its advancement. Surprised, she looked up to see a massive star up ahead. It was obstructing Yang Kai's path, so if this went on, then the 2 stars would collide sooner or later. Luan Baifeng suddenly came to her senses. "Are you trying to break apart that big star using this smaller one?" After gaining an understanding of what he was trying to do, Luan Baifeng could not help but feel shocked by Yang Kai's crazy ideas. This was a method she had never thought of before. Of course, she did not have the means to even execute it either. It was not worthwhile to bring a small or star back with them, and they could not move the large or stars. However, if the big or star can be broken into smaller pieces, then it might be just right for him. Under Yang Kai's successive pushes, the small or star was able to reach a certain speed. Suddenly, he collected his spear and stopped in place, looking ahead and shaking his head. The size difference between them is too great. The larger or star won't be broken by it. Luan Baifeng frowned. If you knew that, then why are you still wasting your effort? Yang Kai grinned, but he did not explain. As if to verify Yang Kai's words, the small or star soon collided with the surface of the large or star. There was no sound, but they could see a huge circle of dust rise up from where they collided as the small or star was shattered by the impact. A huge crater had also appeared on the surface of the large or star that was surrounded by cracks. Under the transmission of such a terrifying force, the large or star, which had been sitting still in the void, began moving forward at a considerable speed. It worked! Yang Kai's brows were raised in joy. What worked? Luan Baifeng did not understand. However, when she looked up again, her pupils suddenly shrank. The direction that it was going was exactly the large killing array that she identified before. So that's what you're trying to do. Luan Baifeng finally understood. Yang Kai's series of actions confused her, and it wasn't until now that she finally realized what he was trying to accomplish. She could not help but frown. Are you so sure that the killing array will work? Yang Kai shook his head. There's no way to be sure, but we have to try regardless. Naturally, it would be for the best if it worked, but otherwise, we can just bring back a small or star. It's better than nothing. Since he had already said so, Luan Baifeng had no choice but to listen. The large or star did not move nearly as fast as the small one. Despite the force transferred onto it from the collision earlier, it was still a very large or star, so it was naturally impossible for it to gain much speed from that. In the vastness of the void, it did not seem that far away from the killing array, but it still flew for several hours before slowly arriving at its destination. Luan Baifeng activated her eye-secret technique with interest and began observing the situation. Regardless of Yang Kai's ultimate goal, she was very interested in the spirit arrays located deep within the Black Territory, and she wanted to know what sort of magnificent sight would erupt from it when something triggered it. Perhaps, she could take this as an opportunity to explore the profound mysteries of the spirit arrays located in these depths. Yang Kai was also paying close attention. His goal was to bring back one of the stars here, but since he could not take back one that was too large, he had to find a way to make it smaller. In the end, whether his goal could be achieved or not, he was not very sure. He only hoped that the might of the killing array was not too much but also not too weak either. Under the careful observation of the two, the large or star finally rushed straight into the killing array's range. Lights of all colors suddenly emerged in the clearly empty void. At the same time, both Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng could clearly feel a destructive aura releasing from inside of the killing array. It was as if a sleeping dragon was disturbed by an unexpected guest and awakened from its slumber in a rage. Silently, the large or star seemed to suffer an indescribable blast. Dust rose up from the surface as large swaths of the surface were shredded off. One after another, long cracks spanning millions of kilometers appeared out of thin air. The entire or star shrank at a rate visible to the naked eye as every inch of its surface was attacked indiscriminately. As the or star traveled deeper, the power of the killing array was stimulated further. The energy fluctuations coming from that place grew stronger and more terrifying by the moment. The or star was becoming smaller and smaller, and in just a dozen breaths of time, it had shrunk by a large amount. Inside of the killing array, the barren mountains and land separated from the or star drifted about and were ground into dust under the destructive force. Luan Baifeng's face was slightly pale, and the purple light flowing in her eyes had also reached its brightest point. She muttered to herself, "Incredible! This power! It's simply unfathomable!" Yang Kai also had a very solemn expression at this moment. Even though Luan Baifeng always stressed that the arrays present deep within the black territory was very strong, it wasn't until now that he understood just how much he underestimated them after seeing it with his own eyes. Such a terrifying killing array would kill even him in less than 10 breaths. Suddenly, a bright light blossomed. Just like a stunning sword wave, it cut through the star and disappeared in a flash. But what shocked Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng was the fact that the entire star had been split into two after the light passed through it. The star was actually split apart. One side was clearly bigger than the other, but the cut was still almost clean. The larger part about 70% of the star, while the smaller part made up the rest. The cut was so neat and smooth that it seemed as if it had been sliced with a knife. The killing array was still in full bloom, so the two halves of the star continued to shrink in size. It took a while before the explosive force of the grand array slowly subsided. The killing array has been exhausted. Luan Baifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai could sense it too. Even though his demon eye of annihilation had no way of discerning what type of spirit array was, he could still detect some of its traces. The traces of the killing array that previously existed there had been extinguished, which undoubtedly meant that it had been destroyed. However, the price it paid was that the huge star was worn down and cut into two pieces. However, this was exactly what Yang Kai hoped to see. So everything was still going according to plan. Maintaining his half-dragon form, Yang Kai rushed to the larger half of the star and pressed the tip of his azure dragon spear to one of its sides. Shouting, "Help me!" Luan Baifeng understood what he wanted to do and shifted over, raising her hand to press the end of the azure dragon spear to give Yang Kai a boost. The star had been split into two after it fell into the killing array's range. Yang Kai did not bother with the smaller half and allowed it to float about freely. Perhaps its fate was to end up in one of the other arrays, eventually being reduced to nothingness. The remaining piece was the larger one. After being cut and shaven down, it was less than half of the original size of the star, but it was just perfect for them to bring back. In his half-dragon form, Yang Kai possessed immense physical strength, but even with Luan Baifeng's added help, it still took them a lot of effort in order to change the star's direction of movement. After a few moments of continuous pushing, Yang Kai said, "It's almost there." While saying that, he landed on the star in a flash while bringing Luan Baifeng along, allowing the star to fly forward. He did not dare to speed up the pace that the star was moving at further. After all, there would be many arrays on their way back. He still had to adjust the direction at certain points, and if the star was moving too quick, then it would be too late to stop it if a dangerous array were to appear in front of them. Yang Kai took out some open heaven pills, swallowed them down, and refined them in order to restore his strength, all the while looking thoughtfully behind him. Luan Baifeng was also focused on recovering her strength. Even though she only exerted a little bit of energy from beginning to end, it still took a lot of effort in order to change the trajectory of the broken star. "What are you looking at?" Luan Baifeng followed Yang Kai's gaze and asked curiously. Though he bordered on what she would define as crazy, she held much admiration for Yang Kai after seeing what he was able to achieve. If everything went well, then it would take less than a month for them to bring this broken piece of star back to the outer periphery. Then, she could bring her slaves over to mine the black stones in peace. However, Yang Kai was perhaps the only person who could achieve such a feat. As for others, they may not be able to do it even if they were in the high-rank open heaven realm. Before meeting Yang Kai, she had never seen anyone that was able to stop the encroachment of the strange aura present in the black territory before. Your attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays are not low. Were you able to discover anything from that killing array just now? Yang Kai released his dragon transformation secret technique and returned to his original form. Luan Baifeng pondered for a moment before responding solemnly. "Did you see something?" "If I could see something, then why would I still have to ask you?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "However, I have the nagging feeling that the killing array was not as simple as it seemed. That light at the end looked very much like a sword wave." "A sword wave?" Luan Baifeng was stunned. She had an expression of uncertainty. "You're not trying to say that killing array was man-made, are you?" Yang Kai muttered thoughtfully. "If that truly was a sword wave, then I'm afraid it might be man-made. Impossible. Luan Baifeng shook her head. The might of that killing array is too terrifying. Who would be able to set such a terrifying spirit array? And, even if it were man-made, who would have the time to do something so meaningless? Don't forget, there are natural arrays present all throughout the Black Territory. That's right. Xianxia nodded. There are so many arrays that if someone truly did arrange one here, it would be shocking indeed. After a pause, he added, and also, you have been staying here for so many years, yet you have never understood what this strange aura that fills the Black Territory is. Correct. Luan Baifeng did not deny it. I tried to study it at first, but I couldn't figure out any clues. Xianxia frowned. I heard before coming here that this black prison was a natural prison. Is that a rumor that spread after you took over this territory? Or has that been around since the beginning? It has been called that since long ago. It has nothing to do with me being here. Luan Baifeng also frowned. What are you trying to say? Xianxia looked pensive. I'm not sure either, but since the saying that this black prison was a natural prison had been circulated since a long time ago, if this place truly was a prison, were any prisoners held here in the past? Then, could it be possible that those natural arrays that we saw are actually... Luan Baifeng shuddered. Don't say any more. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Xianxia chuckled. What are you worried about? We're just having a casual chat. Of course. These are all just speculation and do not mean anything. Luan Baifeng's face looked grim. If it truly was as you said, then what kind of prisoners are being held in the depths of the black prison that require so many layers of arrays to restrict them? How terrifying must their cultivation be? Xianxia stroked his chin in thought. That is true. If there truly existed someone so terrifying, then there was no way that they would be captured. Maybe I was just overthinking it. Luan Baifeng looked deeply at him and suddenly burst into a fit of anger. Are you trying to scare me? Xianxia snickered. You yourself have small guts and you're trying to blame others? Without waiting for Luan Baifeng to snap back at him, he ordered, Enough chit-chat. Hurry up and watch the front. If we accidentally crash into an array, it would be too late to cry then. You're the one who's going to cry. Luan Baifeng was pissed. However, despite how she reacted, she still activated her secret technique and looked towards the void in front. Along the way, they encountered all sorts of arrays of all different types, but whether it be Xianxia or Luan Baifeng, they both had secret techniques that could detect their presence early on, so they were able to change the direction of the star in advance. Though the journey ahead was fraught with trouble, they did not encounter any actual risk. A full month later, the two finally returned to the outer periphery of the Black Territory. The main reason it took so long was because they did not dare to speed up the star too much in case there were any incidents that they were unable to deal with in time. It took a lot of effort for the two of them to stop the star just 10,000 kilometers away from the main Shattered Spirit province, despite it already having lost half of its initial speed during their trip. As soon as the star was in place, Luan Baifeng sent out a command. An incense stick of time later, Xianxia led a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters over. After landing on the broken star fragment, all of them were shocked beyond words. They had been living here for countless years, so they knew well what the situation was like in the outer periphery. However, it had been many years since any unmined star had existed in this outer region. All of them have been mined beyond recognition, and some had even shattered into dust. So, the sudden emergence of a craggy star was naturally surprising. Warden, this is... Xianxia looked around curiously and confirmed that this star that he was standing on was one that he had never seen before. This is the star that Baifeng and I brought from the Black Territory's depths. Xianxia gave a casual explanation. Luan Baifeng immediately turned over to glare at him. Being called Baifeng did not sit right with her. Many of the Open Heaven Realm Masters' mouths hung open, all of them stunned as if they could not believe their ears. Xianxia did not explain much either. He just turned to Luan Baifeng and said, Call over all your slaves and tell them to begin mining. Luan Baifeng snorted in response, but she still passed down the order. A few moments later, many Open Heaven Realm Masters took off, clearly in preparation to bring the slaves over. Looking over at her, Yang Kai asked, "How long do you think this or star will last?" Luan Baifeng thought about the answer for a moment before answering. "It should last for at least 2 or 3 years. The environment here is comfortable, and there is no need for the Ore slaves to worry about their world force leaking, so they will be able to dedicate more time and energy to mining. 2 to 3 years. That sounds about right." Yang Kai nodded. Even though what he brought back was less than half of the original size of the Ore star, there should be a good amount of cultivation materials present within it. After all, this Ore star came from very deep within the Black Territory. It should not lack 6th order materials, and there was the possibility of finding materials of the 7th order or even 8th order. As long as they could fully mine this Ore star, it should be enough for Voidland's use for the time being. Once the day came when this Ore star was exhausted, there was no harm in running into the depths once more to bring back another in the same way. Now that he had Luan Baifeng serving him, the entirety of the Black Prison was his personal treasury. Other than him, no one had the right to put their hands on the resources found deep inside of the Black Prison. "Since everything is settled, I will return to Voidland. I'll leave the rest to you to handle. Head to Voidland once every half year and hand me the mined materials," Yang Kai ordered. Luan Baifeng was surprised. "Leaving already?" Yang Kai smirked. "Have you grown attached to me already?" "As if." Luan Baifeng spat, but then she simmered down a little. "But isn't your Voidland in conflict with Zuoquan Hui right now? It can't be easy dealing with a 7th order open heaven realm master, right?" Yang Kai nodded gravely. "Yes, the strength of a high-rank open heaven realm master is truly powerful." Recalling his fight with Zuoquan Hui previously, he had to admit that there was a huge gap between himself and a master in the high-rank open heaven realm. Last time, he was only able to injure Zuoquan Hui with his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel because the latter was careless. If they were to fight again, and if Zuoquan Hui was any more prepared than he was before, it would make it very difficult for Yang Kai to injure him again. Luan Baifeng quickly said, "I'll go with you. I'm still a 6th order master at the very least. I should be able to provide you with some help." Yang Kai looked at her in surprise, not expecting such an offer from her. However, he had no intention of bringing Luan Baifeng away from here. Voidland had 9 6th order open heaven realm masters, so having one extra wouldn't make much difference. Right now, the matter of gathering resources in the Black Prison was his top priority, so he wanted Luan Baifeng to keep watch here. "You're not that loyal, are you?" Yang Kai grinned at her. Luan Baifeng snorted. "What good would it do me if you were to die? That's why I have to keep an eye on you." It was easy to garner that she had been insincere just from this sentence alone. From her words and expression, Yang Kai instantly understood why she would take the initiative to offer her help. Perhaps the bold speculation that he made on their way back from the Black Prison's depths had scared her a bit, and now this woman didn't feel safe here, which was why she was in such a hurry to leave with him. To be honest, that speculation was just a casual thought Yang Kai had. Even he felt that the idea was ridiculous, but he did not expect Luan Baifeng to take it so seriously. "If you leave, then what about?" Yang Kai frowned. Luan Baifeng reminded, "Xianpeng has already signed your loyalty list, so there is no need for you to worry if you keep him here to oversee the mining process. Later, I will teach him all the techniques required to enter and leave the Black Prison, and in case anything happens, he will report to you." She had already arranged everything so well, so Yang Kai could not refuse her. What's more, Luan Baifeng was a veteran 6th order open heaven realm master with excellent combat capabilities he could make use of if he brought her back. So, he eventually nodded. "In that case, we shall act according to your suggestion." Immediately, Luan Baifeng called Xianpeng over and said a few words to him. She also handed him several jade tokens. Flying Smoke Territory was the great territory adjacent to Void Territory, so the two could be considered neighbors. There was a second-class Great Force located in Flying Smoke Territory that was not considered too strong, Flying Smoke Temple, and it was from them that Flying Smoke Territory's name came about. The temple master of Flying Smoke Temple was called Yu, a 5th order open heaven realm master. When Seven Wonderland occupied Void Territory, they had many conflicts with this Flying Smoke Territory. Such feuds between neighboring great territories were common in the 3000 worlds. Back then, Seven Wonders Land's foundation was severely damaged when Su Huang wrestled control of their grand array away from them. Even several of their protector venerables were killed. Qi Chao, Heavenly Monarch, was also severely injured in that event. Naturally, Flying Smoke Temple was unwilling to miss this opportunity to attack. Yu Xiushan gathered all his troops to march against Seven Wonders Land before they could recover and slaughtered them. Yang Kai had just returned from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary at that time, and was being hunted down by Scarlet Star's head manager Zhao Baichuan and his men. Nearing the end of his rope, Yang Kai remembered Seven Wonders Land, so he used the array jade given to him by Su Huang before the latter's death to sneak into the shopping district of Seven Wonders Land. Somehow, Zhao Baichuan and his men, who were in pursuit of Yang Kai, ended up conspiring with Yu Xiushan to attack Seven Wonders Land, killing all their open heaven realm masters and seizing control of their land. Yu Xiushan had his foundation in Flying Smoke territory, so he naturally would not stay in Seven Wonders territory for long, so he ended up returning with a large amount of loot. Zhao Baichuan and the others stayed in Seven Wonders Land, planning to use it as a base to revive Scarlet Star. Unfortunately for Zhao Baichuan, his beautiful dream was cut short when Yang Kai led his men out of the shadows to attack them, catching Scarlet Star's survivors off guard and unprepared. After that battle, most of Scarlet Star's members either died or escaped, leaving only Chun Tianfei behind, who had even offered up the loyalty list to keep his life. It was then that Yang Kai took over Seven Wonders Land and became its new ruler, later renaming it Voidland. Looking back on it now, Flying Smoke Temple and Yu Xiushan actually had a lot of merit in Yang Kai's successful takeover of Voidland. Only Yu Xiushan had no idea what he had done at that time. Subsequently, Voidland emerged and rapidly grew in prestige. Yu Xiushan had also come to Voidland himself in order to meet Yang Kai and try to form connections with him. After all, they were neighbors, so it would make everything more convenient to have a good relationship. However, Yang Kai was mostly cultivating in retreat or outside, so Yu Xiushan failed to meet him even after visiting twice. When Heavenly Sword Union led the 100 Sects Alliance to attack Voidland, Flying Smoke Temple also participated, but during that fight, Yu Xiushan was beaten back until he was thoroughly traumatized. The result was needless to say. Kong Feng died during the battle, and the 100 Sects Alliance collapsed. Flying Smoke Temple also suffered heavy losses, with Yu Xiushan fleeing with heavy injuries. Flying Smoke Temple was one of the great forces who took the initiative to come to Yang Kai's door to apologize. They scraped together everything they could afford as an offering, and fortunately for them, Voidland had no intention of settling accounts. Everyone in Flying Smoke Temple lived nervously for several years before they finally began to breathe a bit easier. Yang Kai led Luan Baifeng all the way from the Black Territory back to his territory through the Flying Smoke Territory route. Currently, Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng were both concealing their auras and figures as they stood several thousands of kilometers away from the Territory Gate, watching over the situation there. This Territory Gate was the one connecting Flying Smoke Territory and Void Territory. In other words, they need only pass through this Territory Gate to arrive at Void Territory. However, there were several great ships just outside of the Territory Gate at this moment, but not passing through it. Yang Kai could clearly see that these great ships were trying to block off the Territory Gate. He saw a ship head over to pass the Territory Gate, but was stopped by the great ships forming the blockade. Both sides seemed to have gone through a simple discussion. Then the ship had no choice but to turn back. Yang Kai frowned at this sight. He had the vague sense that this had to have something to do with Zuoquan Hui. He had only left Void Territory for half a year, and the situation had seemingly changed again. As for what exactly that change was, he could not say for now. A little less than half a year should be enough time for Zuoquan Hui to recover. He had eaten a big loss last time, and even lost his 6th Order Open Heaven Realm disciple, Zhou Ti, at Yang Kai's hands. Now he would definitely try to take revenge. Follow the ship and find out what exactly happened. Yang Kai could not go himself, so he had no choice but to order Luan Baifeng to head over. Luan Baifeng spat disdainfully, but she still flew out obediently. Yang Kai waited in place for more than 2 hours before seeing Luan Baifeng return. "What's the situation?" Yang Kai asked. Luan Baifeng said with a strange expression. Those ships blocking off the territory gate are Heavenly Sword Union's ships. They say that nobody who wishes to enter Voidland is allowed to pass. Heavenly Sword Union? Yang Kai raised his brow. Why have those trash jumped out again? What are they blocking off the territory gate for? He was now burning with rage. When Heavenly Sword Union led the 100 Sects Alliance to attack Voidland, basically all of the great forces involved had come to apologize with gifts after he razed Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province to the ground. Only Heavenly Sword Union did not make any noise about the matter. Yang Kai was busy with Inyang Cave Heaven's Dao Theory Assembly previously, so he had wanted to wait until it ended before dealing with Heavenly Sword Union, only to be delayed by Zhuo Hui, who came over to give him trouble, ending up in him being caught in his current mess. Naturally, he had no time to care about a trivial Heavenly Sword Union. However, Yang Kai never expected that the latter would come to his doorstep to flaunt their presence before he could even do anything. Luan Baifeng looked at him with a deep gaze. Do you know who the current Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union is? Yang Kai could not help but frown when faced with her strange tone. Who? Zhuo Hui, Luan Baifeng muttered. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly understood. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Is it? Zhuo Hui rebelled from Thousand Cranes Paradise, and with his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Cultivation, he is more than qualified to become the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union. Obviously, Heavenly Sword Union could want for nothing than to be under a master like him. That means those bastards are colluding. Luan Baifeng nodded. Now that Zhuo Hui is the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, the people of Heavenly Sword Union will naturally obey his orders. The reason they are blocking off this territory gate is so that they can stop any outsiders from entering Void territory in order to cut off the foundation of your Star City. Yang Kai coldly snorted. That man has wicked ideas, but what use is this? It's not like this territory gate is the only one to my Void territory. It's not as if his Heavenly Sword Union has blocked off all the territory gates. Right? Luan Baifeng shook his head. There's no need to block off all of them. They only need to show their stance and spread the news. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned. Even though he was stronger than Luan Baifeng and had forced her to submit using the loyalty list, Yang Kai could not compare with her in terms of experience and vision in the 3,000 worlds. After all, she was a veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with many centuries of experience. Compared to Yang Kai, a fresh face in the outer universe, she would often have the ability to see farther. Luan Baifeng explained. Zhuo Hui is one of Thousand Cranes Paradise's inner elders. With his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Cultivation, his name echoes loudly across the 3,000 worlds. On the other hand, your Voidland is nothing more than a rising star. Even though you do have some reputation, most of it is only based off of your Star City's specialty products. Tell me, if the two of you clash, who will the outsiders lean towards? Yang Kai frowned. Naturally, it would be Zhuo Hui, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Luan Baifeng nodded. A high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master can exert more power than just their own personal strength. There is also the terrifying connections and imposingness that they have built up over the years. If it were anyone else, how could Heavenly Sword Union give up the position of Union Master so easily? However, Zhuo Hui was able to obtain it at will, which shows the trust that Heavenly Sword Union has in him. Now that he has become the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union and has come to block the territory gate of Void territory, he's trying to tell the world at large that he intends to go to war with Voidland. How do you think people will react if they find out? How do you think the merchants in your Star City will react? Yang Kai's expression darkened. Luan Baifeng continued. Zhuo Hui is smart. This way, he can isolate your Voidland without sacrificing a single soldier, and your Voidland's resource supply will be cut off. Perhaps, even your Star City will find it hard to maintain itself over time. You have so many people in Voidland and all of them need to cultivate, do they not? Without resources, how are they going to do that? No matter how many resources Voidland has accumulated, it will eventually run dry. Cunning old bastard. Yang Kai ground his teeth. He truly has a wicked mind. It's an open conspiracy. Luan Baifeng said bluntly. Even if you know his intentions, there is nothing you can do to stop it, unless your reputation can overshadow his. That is why he does not need to block off all of Void Territory's entrances. He just needs to make a show here, and the news will soon spread all throughout the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai coldly snorted. My Void Land is no soft persimmon either. If he wants to gnaw on my Void Land, then first let's see whether he has strong enough teeth for it. Luan Baifeng nodded repeatedly. I know your Void Land has 2 great divine spirits to watch over it, but that old man Baishi is not mobile, so he won't be able to do much in such a situation. The only one you can count on now is that heavenly moon demon spider. If she makes a move against Zuoquan Hui, then your situation will naturally be solved. The corners of Yang Kai's brow twitched. Just thinking about Zhu Jiuyin filled his stomach with grievances. With her identity as his protector now voided, Zhu Jiuyin had become even more fickle than before. She would rather see him suffer than to care about him at all. If she had been willing to join the fight last time, then how could Zuoquan Hui have escaped from Voidland? However, Yang Kai also knew what Zhu Jiuyin was worried about. It was not a matter as simple as whether she joined the fight or not. After all, Zuoquan Hui was from Thousand Cranes Paradise. If she were to kill Zuoquan Hui, then she would definitely have to worry that Thousand Cranes Paradise would come to settle accounts with her in the future. No matter how strong a divine spirit was, they were not invincible. Take the 8th Order Masters of the major cave heavens and paradises. Which one of them was any weaker compared to a mature divine spirit? Zhu Jiuyin had come from the grand ancient ruins boundary and had no foundation to speak of at all in the outside world. If she were truly to catch the eye of Thousand Cranes Paradise, then her days would not be easy. After a deep thought, Yang Kai asked, how long has it been since Zuoquan Hui became Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master? It should be several months now, Luan Baifeng answered. Several months? That was to say that Zuoquan Hui left for Heavenly Sword Union to recuperate after being injured by him. It seemed that he had long intended to bring Heavenly Sword Union under him. It did make sense. Voidland did not possess any 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but they did have plenty in the 6th Order. After Zhou Ti died, there was that 6th Order female disciple and the 3 from the Prison Star among Zuoquan Hui's subordinates on that level. Even though they were all strong, they were lacking in numbers, and it was necessary for him to rely on external forces. In which case, Heavenly Sword Union was undoubtedly the best choice. You worked with Kong Feng before. Do you have any idea how many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters there are in Heavenly Sword Union? Yang Kai asked. The biggest advantage that Voidland had right now was their superior numbers of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If even that advantage was nullified, the situation would become tricky. On the surface, only 4 appear to show themselves. Right now, 2 have died, so only 2 are supposedly left. However, Heavenly Sword Union has a long history, so it is hard to say exactly how many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters they are hiding in the shadows. Those 6th Order Masters in hiding are old veterans who spend all their time cultivating in retreat, their goal to spy into the path of the 7th Order. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Heavenly Sword Union was one of the top 2nd-class great forces, so the number of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm members they have will definitely not be too small. After all, even Golden Rainbow Province had a hidden old ancestor. When Yang Kai attacked Golden Rainbow Province, Li Luoshui had just broken through to the 7th Order and almost made him eat a big loss. Compared to Golden Rainbow Province, Heavenly Sword Union had an even deeper and broader heritage, so it was not strange for them to be hiding some old monsters. It seems Zuoquan Hui's strength had greatly increased after receiving Heavenly Sword Union's full support. Even with more 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, it was likely that Voidland would not have that much of an advantage anymore. Yang Kai pursed his lips, feeling a headache setting in. Sure enough, beating the snake to death to avoid future calamity comes along with endless consequences. Also, you must not forget, Zuoquan Hui has his own connections, too. The people that Voidland has to fight in the future will not only be Heavenly Sword Union. There is most likely going to be more. Yang Kai nodded grimly. What are you planning to do? Luan Baifeng turned to look at him. Let me think about it. Yang Kai fell into deep thought. From the looks of this situation, Void Land and Heavenly Sword Union had yet to break out into an open conflict. When Zuoquan Hui infiltrated Void territory to set up an ambush, firstly, he did not expect Void Land to be so strong, and secondly, it was because he had absolute confidence in his own strength. There was no way a 7th Order master would slip up trying to plot against one in the 6th Order. However, Voidland's heritage gave him a huge surprise, and Yang Kai's abilities were also far beyond what he imagined possible. In the end, not only did he fail in his plot, he even lost a 6th Order disciple and was wounded in the process. Now that he controlled Heavenly Sword Union, the powers Zuoquan Hui could mobilize was far greater than just the subordinates he brought before, yet he did not send any troops to Voidland. That was obviously because he was also concerned about the 2 divine spirits keeping watch over Voidland, but mainly he was worried about Zhu Jiuyin. It seemed that Zhu Jiuyin still had some use even without having to lift a finger. At the very least, her presence was a deterrent that was enough to keep Zuoquan Hui from acting rashly. Otherwise, there was no need for him to block off the territory gate. Zuoquan Hui could have just led his men into Void territory like last time and started a war. Combined with what Luan Baifeng told him before, Yang Kai now vaguely understood what Zuoquan Hui's plans were. He was truly prepared to swallow up Void Land. There are so many people in Void Land that even if all they did was sit idly and ate on their mountains, they would one day run out of resources. When that time came, they would be forced to go out by themselves, and that would be the best time for him to make a move. Considering all this, Yang Kai was actually quite relieved. This was also what he wanted to see. The longer the fight dragged on, the greater the advantage would be for Void Land. Licking his lips, Yang Kai looked up at Luan Baifeng. You were planning to help Zuoquan Hui, weren't you? Luan Baifeng fidgeted. That's right. If I follow a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, then even if I can't taste the meat, I will at least get a share of the soup. Yang Kai grinned. Then go. I believe that Zuoquan Hui would also be happy to see you join him. Luan Baifeng blinked her eyes and answered in a daze. Are you asking me to be a spy? You don't dare. Yang Kai raised a brow. Luan Baifeng scoffed. What's there for me to worry about? Everyone knows that there are grievances between me and your Voidland. It is only normal for me to hear the news and come to join him. Obviously, Zuoquan Hui will not be suspicious of anything. Exactly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Luan Baifeng asked, if I do find out any important information, how am I supposed to report to you? There is no need to contact me in the near future. Zuoquan Hui will most likely not be starting anything yet either. Once the real fight starts, there will be opportunities for us to communicate. Luan Baifeng nodded. Good. What about you? Yang Kai turned towards the territory gate. Naturally, I'm returning to Void territory. Luan Baifeng followed his gaze and asked with some concern. Are you planning to fight your way through? What if Zuoquan Hui happens to be here? You are not his opponent. Why don't you take the long way around and return through another territory gate? Yang Kai laughed. Zuoquan Hui is a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Where would he have time to idle around here? Even if his injuries are healed, he must still be recuperating somewhere. Not to mention, even if he is here, do you think I can't run if I can't beat him? Luan Baifeng stared blankly at him. If any other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master were to say that, she would definitely scoff at them. Despite there only being a difference of a single order, the 6th Order and the 7th Order Open Heaven Realms were worlds apart in terms of true strength. It would only require the raise of one's hand for a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to deal with someone in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. But if it was Yang Kai, then be careful lest you let the ship capsize on calm seas. Yang Kai nodded. You should find a place to hide for now. Wait until the dust settles before you go to Zuoquan Hui, so you don't rouse his suspicions. If Luan Baifeng tried to join up just after Yang Kai got into a fight in Flying Smoke territory, Zuoquan Hui would definitely investigate it. I know. Luan Baifeng nodded. You should watch out too. If things take a turn for the worse, leave immediately. Yang Kai left her with a few more instructions before disappearing in a flash. Luan Baifeng tried to follow his traces and at first was able to detect which direction Yang Kai had gone. but it did not take long for her to lose track of him. She quietly withdrew 10,000 kilometers before all of a sudden, she felt a strong energy fluctuation burst out from behind her. When she turned around to look, a great battle had broken out near the territory gate. The ships floating in the void had all gone up in flames, illuminating the area as if it were daytime. Obviously, Xianxia's fight with those people had begun. Several figures were engaged in battle near the territory gate. One by one, divine abilities and secret techniques were unleashed, shaking the void and flipping the world. There were 5 people surrounding Xianxia, 4 of whom were old acquaintances. One of them was the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm female disciple under Wuxia, as well as Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch, and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch. However, the last one was an elderly man Xianxia was unfamiliar with. Xianxia guessed that he must be one of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union. To fight 1 against 5 was a little strenuous, even for Xianxia. Other than the woman, whose heritage was a little shallower, the rest of his enemies were all veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and the world force that they were exuding from their bodies was extremely rich and imposing. Each one of their divine abilities also contained great power. If it were not for mastery of the Tao of Space and his Azure Dragon Spear's might, Xianxia would have long been defeated. There was still a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters under the 6th Order surrounding him in all directions, forming an impenetrable wall. Everyone was moving quickly, tightly surrounding the chaotic battlefield. It was hard for these weaker cultivators to keep their positions under the fallout from the battle, so it wasn't long before their vitality began roiling, shocking them greatly. If this was the aftershock of the battle, then how could they still survive if they were caught up in the real battle? Similarly shocked were Huang Quan and the others. Last time, when they followed Zuoquan to ambush Xianxia, they had not fought the latter head-on. Even though they knew that he was highly skilled, they did not know the true extent of Xianxia's strength. However, they were finally able to fully realize how powerful he was at this moment. His Azure Dragon Spear stabbed forward and retreated as quickly and unpredictably as a ghost, and it was simply impossible for them to catch its traces. Even while uniting their strength, they were unable to gain a decisive advantage. What's more, they dripped with cold sweat each time they were faced with one of Xianxia's counterattacks. Though on the surface, Xianxia seemed like he was being suppressed and could do little to fight back, his every counterattack was wrapped in the aura of death, leaving the 5 people on their toes the whole fight. Huang Quan and the other 2 from the Prison Star, as well as the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Heavenly Sword Union, struggled to keep Xianxia in check as they tried to extend their advantage and simply hold him in place. However, the 6th Order woman seemed to have gone crazy as she bombarded Xianxia with attacks indiscriminately. Even her eyes were dyed crimson. The scene of her senior brother Zhou Ti's death had been haunting her for the past few months. With the killer in front of her, it was only natural that she would fly into a murderous rage, wanting nothing more than to rip Xianxia's corpse into 10,000 pieces and avenge her senior brother's death. Her reckless behavior forced Huang Quan and the others to have to divert a large part of their energy in order to make up for the openings she left. They tried to give a few words of advice during the battle, but she simply was not listening to any of it. Huang Quan and the others were almost going mad at this situation. They all felt miserable, as if someone was dragging them down despite all their best efforts in working together. However, Huang Quan and the others did not dare allow her to get into any trouble. Otherwise, they would have no way of explaining themselves to Zuoquan Hui. Xianxia, you killed my senior brother, and now I must take your life to avenge him. The woman gnashed her teeth and screamed at him after a failed strike. But her hands did not stop moving as she continued, releasing her world force recklessly. Xianxia raised his spear to block her assault before replying with a barrage of thrusts, pushing against his 5 opponents all at once. Gaining some breathing room, he snickered and taunted. Is your senior brother the one called Zhou Ti? Let me think about how he died. That's right. I burned him to death with Golden Crow's true fire, and your honored master, Zuoquan Hui, did nothing but watch. He should have been able to save him, but he didn't. Do you know why? The woman's eyes became even redder, and there seemed to be tears welling up in them. She could not help but recall the scene of Zhou Ti's demise, and his pitiful screams and pleas for help were still echoing in her ears. Tears quickly blurred her vision, but her moves continued to grow in ferocity. "Don't listen to his nonsense. He's just trying to distract you," Huang Quan yelled. "It's because your pathetic honored master was trying to protect himself from further injury." Yang Kai was fighting one moment and retreating the next, laughing wantonly. If he saved Zhou Ti, then his injuries would become more serious. However, he could have done it if he wanted to. "I'm not a match for him after all. I'll kill you." The woman's world force was fluctuating violently, clearly showing her disturbed mood. She also separated from the rhythm of the other four and lunged straight at Yang Kai. A cold light flashed past Yang Kai's eyes, and the azure dragon spear was thrust out at an unpredictable angle. A black dot the size of a bean suddenly appeared at the tip of the spear. Space principles flared as he thrust out towards the woman. "Rupture. Watch out." Huang Quan had been vigilantly guarding the woman the whole time, so he immediately unleashed a divine ability towards Yang Kai as soon as the woman made her move. Jin Gang and Song Yen both hastened to remedy the situation, as well, while the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Heavenly Sword Union blasted out a divine ability towards Yang Kai, attempting to save the woman by forcing the enemy back. In a chaotic exchange of blows, the mighty powers of divine abilities exploded all around. Yang Kai's face had turned slightly pale, and he retreated 100 kilometers back, suppressing the blood that was roiling up inside of his chest. Huang Quan and the others were guarding the Sixth Order woman and confronting Yang Kai from a distance, but all of them were covered in cold sweat. If they had not rescued her at that moment, then Zuoquan Hui's female disciple would have been severely injured if not dead. Cursing inside their hearts that sure enough, women were the source of all trouble, they still did not dare to loosen their guard. It was at that moment that a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from deep inside flying smoke territory. The aura was clearly very far away, yet it could clearly be felt by everyone here. "The divine monarch has come." Huang Quan and the others were all overjoyed. They knew that Zuoquan Hui, who was recuperating in retreat all this while, must have sensed the energy fluctuations from their battle and rushed over to support them. Yang Kai's face darkened. Looking up towards the source of that aura, he could vaguely see a huge illusory phantom closing in rapidly, and that phantom was a terrifying face that was large enough to cover half the void. He sighed. He had originally planned to take down another one of Zuoquan Hui's generals even if he were to suffer an injury while doing so, but now it seemed like that was impossible. Zuoquan Hui was coming, and he had to make his escape now. After glaring at Huang Quan and the others, Yang Kai turned around and left. "Stop him!" Huang Quan shouted as he already began rushing in Yang Kai's direction. As long as they could keep Yang Kai here, then when Zuoquan Hui arrived, he would definitely be killed without a doubt. "Those who stand in my way must die." Yang Kai raised his spear and thrust it out. A spear aura blossomed, and screams of agony broke out among the many Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounding him. Those Open Heaven Realm Masters who were surrounding the fight were all under the Sixth Order, so how could they hope to block Yang Kai's path? A hole was opened up before him, leaving a dozen corpses drifting across the void, while the rest of the group fled in all directions with frightened faces. By the time Huang Quan and the others rushed over, Yang Kai had already plunged straight into the territory gate and disappeared, leaving Huang Quan and the others with helpless looks on their faces. They did not have the guts to follow him into void territory. Who knew whether Yang Kai would suddenly turn his spear back against them if they traveled to the other side? If they went in under such circumstances, it would be no different than stepping through the gates of hell. After standing quietly in place for an incense stick, Zuoquan Hui finally arrived. Sweeping a glance around the wreckage, he coldly snorted. Huang Quan and the others all hung their heads, not daring to speak. "Where did Yang Kai come from?" Zuoquan Hui asked. They all looked at each other, but all of them shook their heads, not knowing the answer. They never thought that Yang Kai would show up in flying smoke territory, either. If they had thought of this possibility, then they would have been more vigilant. "Wastes!" Zuoquan Hui cursed angrily. Many of the Open Heaven Realm masters did not dare to raise their heads after being scolded by Zuoquan Hui. They had their complaints, but considering that Zuoquan Hui's mood had been terrible recently, none of them dared to make a sound. Zuoquan Hui had an angry fit by himself before he flicked his sleeve and left. Seeing that he did not insist on chasing Yang Kai into void territory, Huang Quan and the others breathed sighs of relief. Inside, they regretted that they ever joined Zuoquan Hui in the first place, and now they had to suffer his temper just after being freed from the prison star. The gains simply did not make up for the losses. Inside void territory, Yang Kai stopped to observe the Star City from afar. The dock was as bustling as ever. However, while there were people lining up to enter the Star City in the past, this time, it was people in the Star City who were lining up to leave. Of course, there were still those who were entering the Star City, but the number was very small, which was extremely inconsistent with the previous situation at the Star City. Yang Kai had expected this, but he did not expect the situation to develop so quickly. It seemed that no ordinary great force dared to provoke Thousand Cranes Paradise or Zuoquan Hui. When Yang Kai appeared at the void dock, Jin Yuanlang, who was responsible for overseeing this area, immediately came over to greet him. With a worried expression, he cupped his fist. "Sect Master!" Yang Kai nodded lightly in response. "Let's talk somewhere quiet." "Follow me, Sect Master." Jin Yuanland gestured with his hand and led Yang Kai into a quiet room. Before Yang Kai could speak, Jin Yuanlang sputtered, "Sect Master, that Zuoquan Hui has released news that he is now absolutely irreconcilable with our void land, and vows to raze our sect to the ground." When the merchants in the Star City heard the news, many of them began scrambling to leave. "I saw." Yang Kai nodded. "How long has it been since the message was released? How many have left?" Jin Yuanlang thought for a moment. "The news came out more than a month ago, and now, 10% of the merchants have left Void Star City. I'm afraid that number will only grow. The governor has sent word that many businesses in the Star City are packing up to leave. We're not making it difficult for these merchants who are trying to leave, are we?" Yang Kai asked. Jin Yuanland shook his head. "Second manager said that we cannot force them to stay if they have the intention to leave, so all of them have been allowed to pass freely. That is why they are only checked routinely at the dock and released without any trouble." "Second manager did well," Yang Kai praised. The people in the Star City were all from different great forces, both big and small, so it was only natural that they would fear a high-rank Open Heaven Master like Zuoquan Hui. If Void Land tried to force them to stay, then it would only draw criticism and ire, so they might as well just let everyone leave on good terms. "But Sect Master, if this goes on, then the foundation of the Star City will be shaken. The popularity that we have built up with so much effort will all go up into smoke." Yang Kai waved his hand. "It's not that serious. There will be businesses that won't leave." After a pause, he added, "How many merchants do you think will stay?" Jin Yuanlang shook his head. "That is hard for me to say. I am only in charge of watching over the void dock. Sect Master should seek Governor Mo for such questions." Void Star City had a governor's office, where Mo Mei was assuming command. As they were talking, they heard Mo Mei's voice emerge. "We should be able to keep about 30% of them, possibly less." Yang Kai looked over and saw Mo Mei walking in, then bowing elegantly. "Welcome back, Sect Master." Yang Kai nodded and gestured towards a seat. "Sit." Mo Mei took her seat and explained, "My subordinates informed me that Sect Master appeared at the dock, so I came over to take a look. Has Sect Master's trip been fruitful?" Yang Kai left half a year ago without raising any noise, but the higher-ups of Voidland were still made aware of his movements, so they all knew that he had gone to the Black Prison to seek out Luan by phone. "It was a decent harvest." Yang Kai nodded and smiled. "I brought back many good things from this trip." Mo Mei's eyes lit up and she giggled. "Sure enough. Nothing is impossible for Sect Master. It was just luck." Yang Kai waved his hand casually. "Let's talk about the Star City. How can you tell that 30% will stay?" Speaking of business, Mo Mei's expression also turned serious. "Of course, there are merchants in the Star City who are afraid of Zuoquan Hui and Thousand Cranes Paradise's resounding presence, and do not think highly of our Void Land. However, as merchants, there are still those with the instinct to pursue profit. That is why there will still be brave ones who will remain. We will have to see what happens. Besides, not all are afraid of Zuoquan Hui. There are a few who do not put him in their eyes, such as Yinyang Cave Heaven's Dao Temple and Azura Cave Heaven's Azura Arena. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The ones behind these two businesses were both cave heavens. So there was indeed no need for them to fear a measly Zuoquan Hui. The rise of our Void Star City is due to the heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, a spirit pill that only we can sell. There will always be people who will stay, so 30% is my estimate, though I can't be sure. Mo Mei smiled. Still, the Star City's popularity will take a plunge with so many merchants leaving, and before the conflict with Zuoquan Hui is resolved, it will be impossible for us to restore our previous prosperity. No matter. Even though this Star City is my Voidland's foundation, we have still accumulated a lot of supplies over the years. It should be enough for us to use for a short period of time. As long as we win this war, the Star City's popularity will be restored sooner or later. Sect Master is right. Mo Mei nodded. Second Manager had also gathered us to discuss this matter. With the resources that Voidland has accumulated up until now, there is no need for us to worry for the next few years. The next few years? Yang Kai nodded lightly. He had brought enough materials for 10 people to break through to the Sixth Order during this trip. If the great emperors continued to do their best, then there was no reason for them not to be able to advance in the next few years. When that time came, Voidland would naturally gain the qualification to compete with Zuoquan Hui. Sect Master, I have an idea. Mo Mei looked at him. Speak. The merchants in the Star City have signed contracts valid for differing numbers of years to rent the shops in the Star City. Now that they have left of their own accord, the contracts are naturally null and void. This will suddenly create an influx of unoccupied shops and stalls. Yang Kai nodded. That is inevitable. What is your suggestion? Mo Mei smiled. Naturally, I cannot solve the problem with the unoccupied shops, but for those who are willing to stay, can't we provide them with some concessions and benefits, such as reducing their rent and taxes? At least, we should let them know that our Voidland is not ungrateful. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and agreed. That's a good idea. Also, if those who left ever want to return to the Star City, they will have to pay a higher rent and tax compared to the others. Mo Mei was surprised. Would that not backfire? Yang Kai laughed. The Star City belongs to our Void Land. They can come if they want to, but if they don't, then no one will force them. There's nothing wrong with this arrangement. Every step in a first-class Star City was paved with gold, and it was very difficult for a great force to rent shops in good locations. Void Star City had the qualifications to be called first class, and it had taken them several expansions to get to their current size. In the past, those merchants would fight desperately for the best locations. Now that Voidland was suffering external problems, those merchants were free to leave, but if they wished to return, then they would have to accommodate Voidland's mood. Mo Mei smiled. You are the sect master, so your word is law. I will arrange for someone to take care of it. Yang Kai nodded. And go. Once Mo Mei left, Yang Kai turned back to Jin Yuan Lang. For those who wish to leave, there is no need to denounce them. Just let them all go. Sooner or later, they will come crawling back. Jin Yuan Lang cupped his fist. This subordinate will obey. The situation in the Star City was not stable right now, but there was also no need for Yang Kai to pay too much attention to it. When an external threat makes its presence known, everyone has the innate instinct to protect themselves. Getting up and walking out, Yang Kai looked up into the void. This fight had just begun. Voidland was surrounded in a grim atmosphere. Everyone was desperately cultivating so that they could play their part in the approaching Great War. For the disciples with lower cultivation, this was a battle that would determine Voidland's fate, and the fighting could break out at any moment. Their cultivation was not high, but they were willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of Voidland. Yang Kai worked hard to bring them out of the star boundary and gave them the chance to see the vast and colorful world of the outer universe, giving them a place to reside and a peaceful environment to cultivate. Now, someone wanted to destroy that, nobody was willing to let it happen. Anyone who wished to do so would have to do it over their dead bodies. Surprisingly, a month went past, but everything remained peaceful. 2 months, then 3 months passed, but it was still the same. However, that was just what Voidland's disciples wanted, more time to cultivate, though the supplies that were being handed to them each time grew smaller and smaller. The Star City's population had taken a serious hit, and each day, large droves of merchants left. Now, Void Star City was no longer the bustling city it once was. Walking through the Star City, the traffic was sparse, and most businesses were shut down. In a matter of months, Void Star City had lost more than 70% of its initial tenants, which was higher than Mo May's initial estimate. Its popularity plummeted and the merchants left, which meant that the Star City's income was significantly reduced, and the rate at which it could gather cultivation resources also slowed greatly. Even though the Star City had accumulated a good amount of wealth for Voidland, it would not last them for more than a few years at this rate. In order to plan for the future, Bianyu Qing, second manager of Voidland, had no choice but to ration cultivational resources. A large amount of supplies were given to those who were expected to advance into the open heaven realm within a short time, such as the great emperors and pseudo-great emperors, so it was only natural that disciples with lower cultivation were being allocated less now. The more than 10,000 materials that Xianxia brought back from the Black Prison entered Voidland's treasury, relieving their resource woes for the near future. Bianyu Qing was especially pleased and surprised at the 6th order Yin and Yang element materials he brought that were enough for 10 people's use. Including the 3 sets that Voidland had originally, they now had enough resources to help 13 cultivators advance directly into the 6th order open heaven realm, and it was foreseeable that more than a dozen 6th order open heaven realm masters would appear in Voidland soon. Not to mention the fact that the mining operation was still going on back at the Black Prison. The ore star that Xianxia spent a lot of effort bringing back from the Black Territory's depths would grant them plenty of resources in the coming 2 to 3 years. Voidland's material situation would be greatly improved once the ore slaves in the Black Prison had finished mining that half of the ore star. The fact that Zuoquan has remained quiet for months without any intention of attacking Voidland all but confirmed Xianxia's theory that the former intended to wage a protracted war against Voidland. This was exactly what Xianxia hoped to see. Voidland had only been around for a short time, and what it needed most was time. The disciples needed time to grow, and the great emperors also needed time to break through. For any other great force, they would definitely be forced into a very passive situation under such circumstances. Once their Star City's population fell into a slump and without enough resources to support them, any great force would sooner or later run out of supplies even if they did nothing but wait idly. Then, they would have to find ways to go out and find resources to continue cultivating. This time could be as long as 5, 10, 20, or even 50 years. Zuoquan could afford to wait. Open Heaven Realm Masters had extremely long lifespans, so even 100 years was just a snap of one's fingers, let alone to plot against a rising great force like Voidland. In Zuoquan estimation, it would take at most 5 years to cripple Voidland financially. Then, without resources to cultivate, Voidland's members would fall into disarray and be at his mercy. So, he need not block all the territory gates into Void territory. He only needed to put in an appearance and release the news to be able to cut off Voidland's resources and put them on pins and needles. Such a plan would work on any ordinary second-class great force. If Zuoquan were to use this method against Heavenly Sword Union, it would not be able to hold up for long. Such was the influence wielded by a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. One man alone could stand against 10,000. However, Voidland was no ordinary second-class great force, and this was something that Zuoquan did not anticipate. Inside his bedchamber, Xianxia sat cross-legged, refining Open Heaven pills while studying the mysteries of space-time strength. Behind him, a great sun and round moon rising and setting could be vaguely seen. Sun and Moon Divine Wheel was a divine ability that he had discovered only after advancing into the Open Heaven realm. In terms of raw power, it wasn't much stronger than his Golden Crow casts the sun. But the new space-time strength it exuded was extremely profound, and even he himself had barely scratched the surface of its mysteries. If the divine ability was compared to the divine armaments of the divine armament world, That golden crow cast the sun was undoubtedly a top-class divine armament, easily able to pierce a hole through one's body when stabbed. Sun and moon divine will could similarly be compared to a divine armament, but unlike golden crow casts the sun and moon divine will was laced with poison. Not only could it pierce a hole through someone, it would also corrode their vitality on contact, which made it that much more powerful. It had not been long since Xianxia advanced into the sixth-order open heaven realm, and he had done so by using a world fruit. So, even though he gained great benefits from the wind spirits in the astral wind divine ability and from Inyang Heaven's small source world, increasing his heritage and making him much more powerful than ordinary sixth-order open heaven realm master, he was still a long way from advancing into the seventh order. Without advancing into the seventh order, there was no way for him to compete head-on with Zuoquan Hui. The only weapon that Xianxia had against Zuoquan Hui right now was his sun and moon divine wheel. This was something that Golden Crow casts the sun had no way of comparing to. When the war broke out in full with Zuoquan Hui, Xianxia would be the only one capable of dealing with him, which showed how crucial the sun and moon divine wheel's existence was. While stuffing open heaven pills into his mouth, Xianxia immersed himself in that space-time strength, unable to extricate himself. Right now, Voidland's resources and supplies were under strict rationing with the full allocation rights handed over to Bian Yuqing, who heavily skewed the flow of resources towards the cultivators who were nearing their advancement into the open heaven realm, so that they could ensure that they would have more open heaven realm masters on their side when the Great War came. In the coming battle, only open heaven realm masters would be qualified to participate. If the Emperor realm cultivators went out, none of them would survive. That meant that the open heaven realm masters could only use open heaven realm pills to cultivate. Even Voidland's Lord Xianxia was no exception. Refining open heaven pills was the least efficient method for an open heaven realm master to cultivate, but it was also the simplest and most common. Basically, no open heaven realm master could avoid refining large amounts of open heaven pills during their lives. Inside the second manager's office, Bian Yuqing, who had already been working hard for more than half a month, was rushing back and forth. As the steward of the entire Voidland, Bian Yuqing was usually busy enough, but the situation now had become even more serious due to addition of both external and internal problems. Previously, in High Heaven Sect, there was Hua Qingxi to take charge of the overall situation, and all she had to do was pick up the slack here and there. Now that they had come to Voidland and with Hua Qingxi still back in the star boundary, the burden was on her shoulders alone. She had given a lot for the sake of Voidland, more than any other person. She could not even get any time for her own cultivation, which resulted in her seeing little growth despite all the time that had passed. She had not even been able to condense her Dao seal yet. However, she was happy to take on this responsibility. If it was not for the support that Xianxia gave her back then, she may have died long ago before even reaching the Emperor realm. How could she even have the opportunity to see the sights of the Emperor realm, much less gain such great power in her current status as second manager? After consulting with Xianxia, she selected a few apprentices from among the lower disciples and nurtured them to the greatest extent of her abilities so that they could share the managerial pressure with her. Only, time was still short, and those few apprentices were not ready to take on real responsibilities yet. Whenever this happened, she would inevitably think of Ko Wu. She could barely remember his face after all these years, but she would never forget the way that disciple who had sacrificed himself to protect her when she was in mortal danger. If only Ko Wu were still alive, he would have become her greatest assistant. She had barely sat down to rest for a half cup of tea's time when a disciple rushed in, one of those that she had been training to become her right hand recently. What is it? Despite her exhaustion, Bian Yuqing still availed herself mentally. The situation in Voidland was very tense right now, and she could not afford to loosen up for even a moment. The disciple blurted in a panic, "Something unusual has happened within Sect Master's chambers." Bian Yuqing's exhaustion was tossed to the back of her mind, and she rose with a start. What happened? This was a matter concerning Xianxia, so her heart jumped to her throat in an instant. If anything were to happen to Xianxia, the pillar that held Voidland up, then Voidland's foundation would truly be lost. The disciple shook his head. "I'm not sure. I just saw it from afar when I was passing by. Second manager should head over as soon as possible. Bian Yuqing moved out without dallying for a moment, transforming into a bolt of light that shot towards Yang Kai's chambers as quickly as possible. Before she could even get close, though, Bian Yuqing saw the unusual situation witnessed by that disciple. With Yang Kai's room at the center, the space in the surrounding area spanning a couple dozen kilometers was in chaos. As if a mirror had been shattered and put back together by a child, light folded and interlaced, and everything inside of this warped region became distorted beyond recognition. She could vaguely feel a profound aura coming from inside this altered space. What is going on? Bian Yuqing was shocked. She could feel that the power fluctuations were extremely chaotic, but also extremely profound and mysterious. When she extended her divine sense to investigate, she simply could not probe into what was going on inside. Instead, she only felt dazed and confused. A number of disciples had already noticed the unusual scene and stopped to watch from afar, all of them with worried looks on their faces. Bian Yuqing did not dare to intrude, so she landed just outside the strange phenomenon. The chaotic void entered her vision clearly as pieces of space folded in on themselves, twisting and reassembling themselves. Her vision was so blurred that she could not even see what was happening inside this anomaly. Shua! A figure suddenly landed beside her. Bian Yuqing turned her head to see Yu He and quickly called out, "Left protector!" Yu He's face was grave. Obviously, she had heard what was going on and had rushed over to investigate. Yu He nodded lightly and asked urgently, "Second manager, what is going on?" Bian Yuqing shook her head. "I've only just arrived and I don't know what's going on either. Didn't Sect Master say anything to you before going into retreat?" "Nothing." Yu He frowned anxiously. "It must just be an unusual cultivation session. Left protector can't see anything either?" Bian Yuqing was slightly shocked. Right now, she was only in the Emperor realm, so it was normal for her to not be able to see what was going on inside. After all, she was lacking in insight and strength. However, if even the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm Yu He could not see through the chaos, then the situation must be quite unusual. Could it be a cultivation dissonance? When that thought came up, Bian Yuqing's face went pale. Yu He seemed to have realized her concern and comforted, "Don't worry too much. It's not what you think. Young Master is probably just comprehending something. And hurry off to Dragon Sun Peak and invite Senior Baishi to come. With his eyes, he should be able to see something." Bian Yuqing nodded. "I'll go at once." Two mature divine spirits resided in Voidland, Zhu Jiuyin and Baishi. The former always secluded herself, having little to no interactions even with Yang Kai. Second manager Bian Yuqing could only meet Zhu Jiuyin if the latter was in the mood. However, Baishi was different. Despite being a venerable divine spirit, he was very amiable. Bian Yuqing would also visit Baishi occasionally. Knowing his temperament, it should not be difficult to invite him over. After rushing to Dragon Sun's Peak, she found Baishi, who was currently occupied with teaching Xiao He and Xiao Hong. After informing him about the situation, Baishi did not dare to dally either and rushed over to the site with her. In just a few moments, Baishi arrived, dragged over by Xiao He and Xiao Hong. "Senior," Yu He bowed elegantly. Everyone in Voidland was very reverent and appreciative of this kind-hearted divine spirit. "N," Baishi answered and looked up ahead. "Please take a look, Senior. What is going on over there with our young master?" "No need to worry." Baishi waved his hand and looked on solemnly. After a while, he made an exclamation of surprise. Staring straight at a certain spot in the void, he revealed a look of astonishment and surprise. Yu He and Bian Yuqing stood by, not knowing what he had seen, but not daring to speak up and interrupt him either. Another while passed and Baishi suddenly raised his hand, probing the area in front. In front of everyone's eyes, when Baishi reached out into the chaotic space, his hand actually disappeared from everyone's view out of nowhere. A moment later, Baishi pulled his hand back. Neither Yu He nor Bian Yuqing could hold themselves back from gasping in amazement, because when Baishi's hand reappeared, the old man's wrinkly hand was wrapped in a crystal-clear material similar to a layer of porcelain with a strange power surrounding it. Baishi observed his hand for a moment and suddenly laughed. Interesting. With a shake of his hand, the porcelain-like shine quickly faded, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Senior, is young master in any danger? Yuhi asked nervously. Baishi mused. It's nothing you need to worry about. He is quite clearly comprehending some sort of divine ability or secret technique. And it is most likely related to the Tao of space and the Tao of time, which is why such a bizarre spectacle has appeared. Yu He and Bian Yuqing exchanged glances. Then both of them breathed sighs of relief. Keep an eye out on the situation and let me know if anything else unusual happens. After saying that, Baishi led the two children back. Let me see you off, senior, Bian Yuqing quickly offered. After sending Baishi back, Bian Yuqing hurriedly returned, dispersing the disciples who had gathered to watch the sights and ordering them to clear the area within several dozen kilometers around Yangkai's palace, while she and Yuhi kept a close eye on the situation here. In the coming month or so, the space around Yangkai's home remained in a chaotic state of flux, but subtle changes did appear over time. Yuhi and Bian Yuqing caught sight of very peculiar things in the chaotic space more than once. From time to time, visions of human figures would appear, and occasionally it seemed like someone was fighting inside. However, since time and space were in such chaos, nobody could see anything clearly. The two were not even sure whether what they saw was real or an illusion. This situation continued for several more months. One day, the strange occurrences suddenly disappeared, as if they had never even existed, restoring the local space to its original state. Bian Yuqing and Yu He, who had been keeping watch nearby all this time, exchanged glances before both of them made their way towards Yang Kai's chambers. Inside his room, Yang Kai opened his eyes, still deep in thought. He had managed to gain a lot during this retreat. Since creating the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, he had not had the time to properly look into the mysteries contained within it. However, now that he had some free time, it was just right for him to perfect this divine ability. However, Yang Kai discovered a problem when he reached this point. His understanding of the Tao of time lagged behind his understanding of the Tao of space. After all, the Tao of space was his foundation, and though he dared not say that his grasp of it was perfect, it was as good as it could be for his current realm. His Tao seal had been condensed with the Tao of space as its foundation, which later became the foundation for his small universe. However, it was different for the Tao of time. Yang Kai had cultivated the Time Fly's seal divine ability many years ago, but only superficially understood the Tao of time. Later, when he arrived at the ruins of the ancient battlefield between Flowing Time Great Emperor and Great Demon God, he witnessed the reverberations left behind from their great battle, gaining much inspiration from it. After a successful advancement into the open heaven realm, the sun rose and the moon set in an endless cycle within his small universe. The passing of time became far more vivid and enabled him to take a great leap forward in his comprehension of the Tao of time. However, when all was said and done, his proficiency in it still could not compare with his mastery of the Tao of space. If he were to divide comprehension of the Taos he held into different categories, then from lowest to highest, it would be arranged something like superficial contact, peering through the doors, taking initial steps, traversing a familiar path, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary, standing above all others within sight, summiting the peak, transcending the mundane, and eventually shocking history and amazing the present. In comparison, Yang Kai had barely reached the 7th level of mastery in his Tao of space, possibly touching upon the 8th. However, he was only barely at the 4th level of master when it came to the Tao of time, and that was only thanks to the special good fortune of his small universe. Otherwise, he would likely be stuck in the 2nd level. Space-time strength was a mix of two different principal strengths, so the difference in Yang Kai's grasp on the Tao of space and Tao of time limited the power he could display. He could only exert space-time strength equal to his level of mastery over the Tao of time when he executed the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. This was similar to advancing into the open heaven realm. A barrel could only hold as much water as the shortest plank of wood it was made from. If Yang Kai was able to raise his grasp of the Tao of time, then the Sun and Moon Divine Will would definitely become even stronger. After months of study, Yang Kai finally saw the path extending towards the Grand Tao, and his eyes glowed. He had not been prepared to spend so much time on the Tao of time, as comprehending a grand Tao relied on both quality and quantity. The Tao of space alone was enough for him to study for a lifetime, so if he wasted his time on studying and cultivating the Tao of time, it may not necessarily give him any benefits. However, now it seemed that he truly had to spend some effort on studying it. This was the only way he could increase his strength within a short amount of time. And it was not too difficult to cultivate the Tao of time. Flowing Time Great Emperor also made his name as a great emperor through his mastery over the Tao of time, and currently, his two legacy disciples lived in Voidland, as did the Flowing Time Temple which contained his inheritance. What was more, Xianxia could loosely be described as an in-name disciple of Flowing Time Great Emperor. In fact, Flowing Time Great Emperor had split his mastery over the Tao of time that he passed on in his inheritance. Doing this would result in less immediate benefits to his disciples, but it would also allow them to better understand their own abilities and shortcomings, which would allow them to set their own course. Xianxia had never encountered another master who had split their mastery over a grand Tao with such detail before. Now enlightened, Xianxia got up and slowly walked out. As soon as the door was open, he was greeted by the worried gazes of Yu He and Bian Yuqing. Xianxia had long felt their presence, so he was not surprised to see them waiting outside, and gently nodded. "I managed to discover some things, but it seems I've made you worry. Young master seems to have made good progress." Yuhi smiled. She could feel subtle changes in Xianxia's aura after not seeing him for the past few months, but she could not say what those changes were. "It was decent." Xianxia nodded lightly and asked, "How has Voidland been doing?" Bian Yuqing hurried forward to report to him. When he heard that everything was fine and that Wuquan Hui had not made any unusual moves, Xianxia put his heart at ease. More than 10 months had passed since Wuquan Hui blocked off the territory gate, but he never mobilized his troops during this time, only making his presence known in Flying Smoke territory and putting pressure on Voidland. Xianxia knew that this guy was wary of Zhu Jiuyin's presence, but Xianxia was also happy that the other side remained idle. "There are two things that I must tell Sect Master." Go ahead." Xianxia nodded as he walked outside. Bian Yuqing hurried over to follow him and reported, "Firstly, someone called Xianpeng has come from the Black Territory, saying that it was under Sect Master's instructions to deliver supplies here every 6 months. Xianxia raised his brow. How did he get here? Where is he now? When he was returning from the Black Territory, Xianxia himself had been stopped on his way back through Flying Smoke territory. If Xianpeng managed to reach Void territory, then it was likely he came from a different route. Bian Yuqing said, "He has already returned. It seems like he came over from a different great territory, but he brought a lot of good things with him." Xianxia glanced at her and smiled. If even second manager says they are good, then it must really be good. There were 2 sixth-order Yin element materials and 1 Yang element material. Besides that, there were 34 sixth-order materials of other elements, 262 fifth-order materials, and over 1,000 below the 5th order. So much! Xianxia was visibly moved. Despite knowing that the ore star that he brought back from the Black Territory's depths was sure to hold great riches, he never thought that it would be so bountiful. It had only been half a year, so how much would they be able to obtain if the entire half of the ore star was mined out? And that was merely half of an ore star. What would happen if he could mine all of the ore stars in the Black Territory? There were even 2 7th-order materials. Bian Yuqing added. Xianxia's brow jumped up hearing that, but then he felt a twang of regret. The half an ore star he had brought back from the Black Territory's depths had been ground down by a great amount when it was pushed into the killing array, and he had no idea how many of its resources were lost during that ordeal, especially the 6th-order and 7th-order ones. However, this was the only way things could be done if Xianxia wanted to mine those black stones. Those ore slaves were simply unable to hold up for long in the depths of the Black Territory. With no way to deal with the strange aura permeating the depths of Black Prison, they would inevitably incur losses when mining the ore stars located there. The amount of resources that Xianpeng brought over on this trip could not be described as large, but the quality was excellent. Without even mentioning the 2 7th-order materials, there were a total of 34 6th-order materials alone, with 2 sixth-order Yin and 1 Yang element materials. The latter were exactly the materials that Voidland was most in need of right now. For the current Voidland, this was not exactly big news, but it was not small news either. However, knowledge about Xianpeng's visit was limited to only a few people. What else? Yang Kai gathered himself and asked. Gathering Yuan Union's young Union Master, Lu Jing came to visit a month ago, and has been waiting for Sect Master to exit retreat since his arrival. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. At this juncture, almost over 70% of the Star City's merchants had left. Even for those who chose to remain, a good many of them were still on the fence. The great forces with cooperative relationships with Voidland were all wishing they could cut off contact lest they draw unwanted fire to themselves. Why would Lu Jing rush over here to see me during this time? Is he acting in the Gathering Yuan Union's name, or is he here by himself? Is he alone or with someone else? Yang Kai asked. Bian Yuqing responded. Apart from a few guards, he is alone. Yang Kai nodded, now having an understanding of the situation. An hour later, inside the reception hall, Yang Kai met Lu Jing. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. Brother Lu, what can I help you with on this visit? Yang Kai looked at him curiously after taking a sip of tea. Lu Jing responded with some awkwardness. I have failed to make good on Senior Brother Yang's favor, and I originally did not have the face to return because of that, but I had to come regardless because I owe Senior Brother a life-saving grace. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Why are you talking about that? Lu Jing said. I have spoken to my father about Senior Brother's proposal. Originally, he seemed quite interested, but things changed. He sighed deeply with a helpless expression on his face. Yang Kai smiled. That's how business is. There is no need for it to sour our relationship just because the deal did not go through. So pay it no mind, Brother Lu. Last time, when Lu Jing came by, Yang Kai tried using distribution rights for the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill as a bargaining chip in order to negotiate a deal with Gathering Yuan Union. Originally, he figured that since Gathering Yuan Union's merchant ships were spread across the 3,000 worlds, it would surely not be difficult for them to gather up some rarer resources. If Gathering Yuan Union could truly help him acquire the 6th-order Yin and Yang element materials that he needed, then Voidland would not be at a disadvantage even if they exchanged some Heavenly Yuan stabilizing pills for them. At that time, Voidland and Zuoquan Hui had not broken out into a full confrontation yet. Though less than a year had passed since then, things had changed greatly. Voidland fought a great battle against Zuoquan Hui and his disciples, in which Zhou Ti was killed. Zuoquan Hui subsequently became Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master, then spread word of his feud with Voidland far and wide. Anyone who was slightly well-informed would naturally have found out about what happened. Gathering Yuan Union was a mercantile-based sect, so it was only natural for them to be very well-informed, which explained why Lu Jing said that things had changed. Even though his father was interested in the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, he also had to watch out for the stance of Zuoquan Hui and Thousand Cranes Paradise behind him. So, how could he dare to work with Voidland at such a time? However, Yang Kai did not care about that anymore. After heading to the Black Prison and bringing so many resources back, Voidland's immediate needs had already been satisfied, so they did not have to worry about cooperating with Gathering Yuan Union anymore. Lu Jing looked even more embarrassed now and hung his head low. Senior Brother Yang's generosity is admirable. Yang Kai waved his hand and laughed. Brother Lu is exaggerating. Without the harvest from the Black Territory, he may have been slightly disappointed by how things turned out. However, with the Black Territory as a backup for resource production, the problem he had already been solved. Lu Jing raised his head and cupped his fist. Additionally, I have also come with a request. Yang Kai sat up straight and gestured for him to continue. Pray tell, Brother Lu. Lu Jing said, I would like to rent some shops in Void Star City and open a trade company. Yang Kai's face became serious. Is this Brother Lu's idea? Your father's? Or Gathering Yuan Union's? Moving into Void Star City was not a good choice in these times. There was no need to mention the merchants who stayed since they were originally established in Void Star City to begin with. Whether they left or stayed, Zuoquan Hui was in no position to question or rebuke them for their choice. However, to move in at this juncture would likely be interpreted by outsiders as a gesture of goodwill towards Voidland, which was no different than drawing fire upon oneself. There was no way that a business alliance as large as Gathering Yuan Union would not be able to see that. Lu Jing responded, "This has nothing to do with my father or Gathering Yuan Union. I am solely responsible for this decision." Yang Kai looked deeply at him, clearly not believing him. Despite being the young Union Master, Lu Jing's cultivation was still only in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm. If his father had any objections to this idea, he had thousands of ways to keep Lu Jing from acting. How could he possibly have allowed his son to wade into these muddy waters? Since Lu Jing was here, then someone must be supporting him from behind. As a whole, Gathering Yuan Union likely would not support him in such a move. In which case, that must mean that as the Union Master of Gathering Yuan Union, his father had at least given his tacit agreement for Lu Jing to proceed. Doing things this way, however, meant that even if Voidland were to ultimately lose the war, Zhuo Quanhui would have no reason or be in any position to give Gathering Yuan Union any trouble. It was not appropriate to speak about such matters openly, but it was fine as long as all involved understood the subtleties of the situation. As a result, Lu Jing was not deliberately trying to deceive Yang Kai. After a short pause, Yang Kai said, "Brother Lu, you should know what the current situation is like in my Voidland. Coming to our Star City at a time like this is not the best choice." Lu Jing smiled. "I understand what Senior Brother Yang is trying to say, but for a merchant, danger also signifies opportunity, does it not?" He winked playfully at Yang Kai as he said so. "Well, as long as you've made up your mind." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Lu Jing was no child. As a Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and the young Union Master of Gathering Yuan Union, he could make his own judgments and decisions. There was no need to coddle him with advice. Receiving Yang Kai's agreement, Lu Jing perked up and asked, "Senior Brother Yang, how many shops can you offer me here in Void Star City?" Yang Kai laughed. "How many does Brother Lu want?" Lu Jing said generously, "The more the better, naturally. The best would be if you could offer me a whole street or two." Now, Yang Kai was even more sure that Gathering Yuan Union's Union Master was behind this move. Otherwise, Lu Jing would not have the guts to make such a big request. "You really don't hold back." Yang Kai laughed. After some thought, he continued, "I will contact the governor's mansion about this matter later. Then you can go there and discuss it with Governor Mo yourself. Right now, the Star City has many empty shops to offer, so we will definitely be able to satisfy your requests." "Many thanks in that case, Senior Brother Yang." Overjoyed, Lu Jing stood up at once to bow. "There's no time to lose. I will head to the governor's mansion at once." Clearly, he was also eager and impatient to start his own business. And Void Star City was a place with the opportunity for him to do so. "I will send someone to go with you." Yang Kai contacted Bian Yuqing and had her arrange for someone to take Lu Jing over to the Star City. Naturally, Lu Jing thanked him again. While waiting for his escort to arrive, Lu Jing added, "By the way, Senior Brother Yang, about the things you were looking for last time, Gathering Yuan Union is unable to provide you with them for now. But I do know of 2 places that are rich with 6th Order Yin and Yang element materials." Yang Kai asked with great interest. "Oh? Where?" Lu Jing casually blurted. "The first place is the Black Prison." Yang Kai should have met a woman named Luan Baifeng before. Yes. Yang Kai burst out in laughter inwardly. But on the surface, he kept calm and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, more than once." "Then that makes things easy. The Black Prison produces something called black stone, and these black stones can contain cultivation materials of all different orders and elements. If Senior Brother Yang could take over the Black Prison, then you will naturally have no need to worry about cultivation materials anymore." Lu Jing looked at him. "Only, there are many natural arrays all over the Black Prison. Even though Luan Baifeng is only in the 6th Order, not even a 7th Order Master can best her inside of the Black Prison because of her mastery over the Tao of Spirit arrays. If Senior Brother Yang is truly interested, then you must be careful of Luan Baifeng." "I know a thing or two about the Black Prison situation." Yang Kai nodded. Inside, he thought to himself, not only do I know about it, I just came back from the black prison recently after carrying out N or star from its depths. After a pause, Yang Kai asked, what about the other place? Lu Jing's expression became a bit serious when he mentioned the black prison and Luan by phone. Clearly, he knew the oddities present within the black prison as well as Luan by Feng's strength. However, his face turned even more serious when he continued, has senior brother Yang heard of the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer? Yang Kai's face also turned solemn. Chaos gives rise to Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang give rise to the four symbols, ancestors of all divine spirits, burning light and serene glimmer. According to ancient legends, at the beginning of existence, there was only chaos, which later gave rise to Yin and Yang, which became the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer, the oldest divine spirits in the world. It was only after the two beasts transformed into the four symbols that divine spirits like the dragons and the phoenixes appeared. It could be said that the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer were the progenitors of all divine spirits. That was to say, they were the shared ancestors of all divine spirits. These two were terrifying existences that were highly likely to be even stronger than the giant spirit gods. Back then, Yang Kai obtained a divine spirit record which listed the ranking of all the divine spirits in the 3,000 worlds. The book listed the dragons and the phoenixes at the top, but the burning light and serene glimmer's introductions appeared at the very beginning of the manuscript. Only, the author of the book did not believe that these two beasts still existed in this world, and that was why the dragon and phoenix clans were ranked first. Yang Kai was surprised when he read this, but he did not think much of it. The one who really brought up the burning light and serene glimmer to him later was the proprietress. At that time, Yang Kai was looking to advance into the high-rank open heaven realm directly, and was in search of a source of high-rank Yin and Yang element materials. That was when the proprietress brought out her universe chart for him to see. Inside of the universe chart, there were several great territories that were blank, without the markings of any great force. Not even universe worlds existed there. According to the proprietress, those great territories used to be thriving places, but the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer were naturally opposing forces. Since fire and water did not mix, the continuous clash between the two eventually tore those great territories apart. The great territories then became areas forbidden for all life, dead territories so to speak. Whether it be a 7th order or even 8th order open heaven realm master, none could survive after they entered that place, so nobody had any idea what the situation was inside of these dead territories. Even the proprietress herself had only heard others mention rumors about them, and there was simply no way of confirming whether the burning light and serene glimmer truly existed. Naturally, Yang Kai would not dare to provoke existences as terrifying as them. Even 7th order and 8th order open heaven realm masters went silent after entering the chaotic dead territory. He was only a trivial Emperor Realm Master back then, so how could he dare to have any extravagant thoughts about them? However, he never thought that he would once again hear the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer's names. This time from Lu Jing. It was clear that though Lu Jing's cultivation was low, he was still well informed. As Yang Kai's thoughts began to drift, he heard Lu Jing say, the burning light and serene glimmer were born of opposing attributes and fought incessantly, filling the void with the elements, Yin and Yang. It was said that Yin and Yang element materials condense in places where they have passed, and are of a very high quality at that. Is this news reliable? Yang Kai's brow furrowed. It was not that he did not trust Lu Jing, but how could Lu Jing know something that even the proprietress could not find out? Sure enough, Lu Jing laughed embarrassedly. I have only heard someone else mention it. Maybe it was just a rumor. After all, nobody has seen it for themselves. Yang Kai thought to himself, if you're not sure, then why say it? However, Lu Jing was clearly only trying to give Yang Kai a hint. It was up to Yang Kai to decide what he wanted to do with that information. Within a few moments, Bian Yuqing brought someone over, and Yang Kai sent Lu Jing out. There was no need for him to worry about anything happening at the Star City since Mo Mei was there to take care of it. For now, allowing Lu Jing to build up a new trade company in the Star City may not be of much use to Voidland, but in the long run it could help with leveraging the power of those supporting Lu Jing from behind, gathering Yuan Union. After the fight here was over, the Star City would begin to develop again, and this would be of great benefit to both sides. After Lu Jing's side was settled, Yang Kai headed to Water Spirit Land without delay. A large number of people that were brought over from the Star Boundary were housed in Water Spirit Land, including members of the Dragon Clan. There was a huge lake in Water Spirit Land, and at the very center of that lake hovered a palace that was just like an island. Yang Kai moved to the front of the palace and looked up, where he saw the characters, Flowing Time Temple, shining brightly. A white shadow rushed out of the main entrance and ran circles around Yang Kai like a puppy, saying excitedly, "Adoptive father, what are you doing here?" Another beautiful figure appeared subsequently from the Flowing Time Temple, standing gracefully and smiling at Yang Kai, bowing, "Big brother." Two more rushed out of the Flowing Time Temple, one a beautiful girl, and the other, a fierce elderly man with an unkindly frown. It was Lu Yen and Xianxia. "Master!" Lu Yen called out to him softly. "N." Yang Kai responded. Then, slapping his palm down, he stopped Yang Xiao, who was turning circles around him, instantly freezing him in place. After rubbing Yang Xiao's head, his white hair became a mess. Yang Kai beckoned, "Let's talk inside." Then, grabbing Yang Xiao by the scruff, he carried him inside. Yang Xiao's calves trembled, and he looked to Yang Shui for help, but the latter stuck out her tongue at him. As the brightest star of the Dragon Clan's younger generation, Yang Xiao was afraid of next to nothing beneath the heavens. Even Great Elder Zhu Yan and Second Elder Fu Zhuan, his true parents, could do nothing about him. The Dragon Clan's two great elders had once thought their son could never be born, and had subsequently spent many, many years mourning their loss. So when he finally was born, they doted on him greatly. How could they even think of restraining him? The only one the boy feared was Yang Kai. Since arriving in the outer universe, Yang Kai had been busy all year round and had little time to spare, so the two did not see each other often. Yang Xiao had no idea what his adoptive father had come to do this time, but he could not think about what he had done wrong during this recent period either. At most, he pulled a single hair from Old Man Baishi's beard when he was receiving a lesson from him. "That old man didn't tell on me, did he?" Yang Xiao's heart was beating in fear. "Adoptive father, have some tea." Yang Xiao was very attentive after entering the Flowing Time Temple and offered up tea on his own initiative. Yang Kai glanced at him and took a seat without standing on ceremony while the other three stood in front of him. After accepting the tea and taking a sip, he put on the dignified air as an adoptive father and asked straightforwardly, "How has your cultivation been going?" Yang Xiao hurriedly answered, "I have been to Senior Baishi's home frequently, listening to his lectures about refining one's bloodline. It feels like I learned a lot." Yang Kai nodded and put down his teacup. "Then tell me more about this lesson." Yang Xiao was stunned for a moment, but then his mouth became like a tumbling river, blurting everything that he learned. Yang Kai listened for a while and nodded. "Good. Senior Baishi is an extremely old and wise divine spirit who carries a potent dragon vein. His experiences are extremely beneficial to the cultivation of the Dragon Clan. If you are free, then you should go to his place more often and pay your respects. Until the Dragon Altar is found, Senior Baishi will be the only guiding light for the Dragon Clan's rise." Yes, adoptive father is right. Senior Baishi is highly respectable. Father and mother also tell me to see him often. And next time I hear you disrespected Senior Baishi, I will send you back to the Star Boundary. Yang Zhao's eye twitched, but he still acted like a good boy. "Your son won't dare to do it again. Swear. How have you doing recently? What stage are you in right now?" Yang Kai looked up at his biological younger sister. If possible, Yang Kai would have preferred to guide Yang Shui in her cultivation personally, but he had constantly been on the move recently. With so many matters requiring his attention, he simply had no time to spare. Yang Shui smiled. "I was just able to condense my wood element." Yang Kai raised a brow. "Where did you start from?" "The water element power. Water gives life to wood. Since coming over from the Star Boundary, you have condensed your own Dao seal and two powers, the water element and the wood element. That is quick progress." Let me see. Xianxia had only been cultivating for a short time after all. Even though her aptitude was outstanding, the progress of her cultivation was still not comparable to many of the great emperors and pseudo-great emperors. She could not even match Yang Kai's wives in certain aspects. After all, when Su Yan was still in the emperor realm, Xianxia had not even been born for long. Saying so, Yang Kai reached a hand out to Xianxia, who put her own hand onto his palm in a docile manner. After circulating his energy and doing a quick check, Yang Kai nodded. A stable Dao seal is the greatest safeguard one can have when advancing into the open heaven realm. Your foundation is solid, but still lacking when compared to others, so you must not advance recklessly. Strictly speaking, for those who came from the star boundary, apart from the great emperors who had remained at the peak of the emperor realm for a long time and whose Dao seals were stable enough for them to break through to the sixth order open heaven realm directly, were still a little lacking, even the pseudo-great emperors. There was no need to mention Su Yan and the others, unless they were willing to spend a lot of time solidifying their own Dao seals. However, this was no trouble with the divine Dao water and the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill in Yang Kai's possession. Of these two items, the first could strengthen one's Dao seal, allowing cultivators an even broader future. The second could then protect them during their advancement into the open heaven realm, greatly reducing the risks that could come with breaking through. Without these two items, there was no way that Voidland's heritage could be as strong as it was today. I will do as Big Brother says. Xianxia nodded obediently. Also, the wood and water elements that you have condensed are the gentlest of the 5 elements. That is why it took little effort and little risk to condense them. However, wood stokes fire, and the fire element power that you will have to condense next will not be this simple. When that time comes, your Dao seal will have to withstand much greater impact than ever before, and if it can't hold up, the consequences will be dire. Xianxia nodded and said, I will definitely prepare myself well before proceeding. Yang Kai then turned to Lu Yen and Xianxia. The cultivation of a divine spirit is mainly to develop one's bloodline, which is different from human cultivators, so you will have only yourselves to depend on. Xianxia nodded before commenting. Even though Senior Bai Shi is a dragonkin, he said that the cultivation of a divine spirit's bloodline is similar in almost all circumstances, so we also often go to his home to listen to his lectures. Yang Kai nodded. That's for the best. Lu Yen asked, Has Master come for something this time? Yes, just a small matter. Yang Kai looked at Xianxia. I need to study the Tao of Time, so I may need to use Senior Flowing Time's legacy inheritance. There's no problem with that, is there? Xianxia followed Flowing Time Great Emperor as his mount, and with the latter's passing, he was tasked with passing down Flowing Time Great Emperor's legacy inheritance, and was fortunate enough to find Xiao and Xianxia. However, the legacy inheritance was not something that could be borrowed lightly, so Xianxia had to be informed beforehand. Xianxia pondered for a moment before responding. Naturally, others may not ask for it, but it is no problem for Sir. You can ask the 2 young masters about the inheritance. Yang Kai nodded. In that case, I will not hold back. Yang Kai spent the next few months in the Flowing Time Temple, discussing the Tao of Time with Xiao and Xianxia. The 2 of them had accepted the full legacy inheritance of Flowing Time Great Emperor, so their proficiency in the Tao of Time was not low, almost at the traversing a familiar path level, which was exactly where Yang Kai was as well. However, they had not been cultivating for as long as Yang Kai had, and Yang Kai had also taken a giant leap forward in his understanding thanks to the evolution of his small universe. The fact that they were now on equal footing with him was a testament to the 2 young ones' efforts. The Tao of Time was as esoteric as the Tao of Space, perhaps even more so it took a while for Xiao and Xianxia to explain all of the mysteries they inherited from Flowing Time Great Emperor. Combined with the insight that he had gained from his own cultivation over the years, Yang Kai was naturally able to gain a lot of benefit. Xiao and Xianxia also benefited a lot from this discussion. Much of Yang Kai's insights and ideas were things he had discovered on his own through his personal experiences. He was now a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, so his insight was generally more profound compared to Xiao and Xianxia. Standing at a higher realm allowed him to see a broader picture. Often, his thought-provoking words would cause Xiao and Xianxia to fall deep into thought. Time passed quickly as they cultivated and discussed with each other, and all three of them were able to make significant improvements in the Tao of Time. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. If Xianxia was said to merely be at the 4th level of master regarding the Tao of Time when he arrived, then after his discussions with Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, he had now reached the 5th level mastery through comprehensive study. The same went for the two younger ones. Xianxia had no idea what level of mastery Flowing Time Great Emperor had reached. After all, he made the Tao of Time the foundation of his cultivation. However, at the very most, he did not surpass the 6th level. Flowing Time Great Emperor was certainly a great genius, but he was only a great emperor back then who did not even reach the open heaven realm. Thus, his cultivation could not be compared to Xianxia's. Xianxia was pleased with this harvest, while both Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were also pleasantly surprised by their gains. Gaining a deeper mastery over the Tao of Time also solidified Yang Shui's Tao seal considerably, and naturally, the divine abilities that she performed through the use of time principles also became more powerful. Just the time fly seal had become twice as strong as it had ever been. Half a year later, Xianxia returned to his chambers in order to improve his sun and moon divine wheel and space-time strength. He had already thoroughly absorbed the legacy inheritance left behind by Flowing Time Great Emperor, and the rest was now up to him to study. It would be difficult to gain anything more now through external means. Even though he did not have the chance to use the sun and moon divine will again to see the results of his labor, Xianxia felt that there would definitely be a significant improvement compared to the past. 3 years had passed since the territory gate between Void Land and Flying Smoke Territory had been blockaded. Void Land had spent most of those 3 years in closed-door cultivation and consuming countless materials. Now, the results were clear for all to see. The most obvious result was that there were more than 500 new Open Heaven Realm Masters. On average, several or even up to a dozen people advanced into the Open Heaven Realm every month. The cultivators from the star boundary were naturally not as fast. Most of them were still building up their foundations to prepare for advancing into the Open Heaven Realm, while most had not even managed to break through to the Emperor Realm yet. The newly advanced Open Heaven Realm Masters all came from Blood Monster Cave Heaven's Abundance City. Back then, when Xianxia brought a few thousand people back from Abundance City, their cultivations had been perpetually limited to the peak of the Emperor Realm due to the special environment and blood principle restriction of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, making it impossible for them to explore the mysteries of the Open Heaven Realm. Xianxia brought them out and lifted the blood principle restriction, giving them the freedom to surpass that limit and providing them a favorable cultivation environment so that they no longer had to worry about anything. For those cultivators who had long gained the qualifications to advance into the Open Heaven Realm yet were unable to break through due to their circumstances, it was only natural that group after group of them suddenly shot through to the Open Heaven Realm. Mo Mei and the others were able to advance into the Open Heaven Realm very quickly, which added more than 300 new Open Heaven Realm Masters to Void Land in one go. However, the potential of Abundance City's cultivators had not been exhausted yet. Over the years, the cultivators who came from Abundance City advanced into the Open Heaven Realm one after another, constantly strengthening Void Land's heritage. The majority of those who broke through later did not reach high orders. Even those in the 5th order were few and far between. Most of them were either in the 3rd order or the 4th order, but there were many of them, and there was still the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to guarantee their safety. For other great forces, even the cave heavens and paradises, it was impossible for them to guarantee that any of their disciples would succeed in breaking through into the Open Heaven Realm. But Void Land could. Even those who advanced into the 3rd order Open Heaven Realm were able to obtain a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Advancing into the 3rd or 4th order was not difficult to begin with, so where would there be any chance of failure with the help of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill? So far, the total number of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland had already broken through to the 4-digit mark. It was foreseeable that more cultivators from Abundance City would be joining the ranks of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in the coming days. Xianxia had long expected this result, but when Bianyu Qing reported the figures to him, he was still unable to stop himself from beaming with joy. He remembered that when he first stepped into the 3,000 worlds and landed in Seven Wonders Land as a worker, he had to do so much meticulous planning and careful accounting for just a few to several dozen Open Heaven pills. How could he have imagined that he would one day have over 1,000 open heaven realm masters under his command? To bring a force of this caliber out in the world, which great force in the 3,000, save for the major cave heavens and paradises, would be able to compete with them? Void Land was filled with great talents, and now had a mighty army equipped with the finest arms. No matter how much Void Land tried to hide this, with so many people advancing into the open heaven realm, traces would surely leak out. Heavenly Sword Union, under Zhuoquan Hui's command, had obviously planted some spies outside of Voidland, and they even had some henchmen planted in the Star City right now. Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing knew this, but they had no way to pluck them all out and naturally had no way of getting rid of them. Perhaps stimulated by the constant appearance of newly advanced open heaven realm masters, though Heavenly Sword Union had been idle in the first year, they had begun making tentative moves starting from the second year. Every so often, ships bearing Heavenly Sword Union's banner would wander within Void territory. Even though they did not dare come too close to Void Land nor attack the universe worlds, they still scared the smaller forces under Void Land so much that they were all constantly trembling in fear. In addition to Void Land, Void territory housed 7 other third-class great forces, all of which could be described as subordinates of Void Land that survived by relying on their protection. Third-class great forces did not even have mid-rank open heaven realm masters in their ranks. So when they saw Heavenly Sword Union's ships loitering around their doorstep, they were naturally all distraught and rushed to Void Land for help. Void Land dispatched troops many times to support their subordinate forces. But by the time they arrived, Heavenly Sword Union's ships had already disappeared from sight. After several repetitions of this behavior, Bian Yuqing was determined to set up a patrol of open heaven realm masters to monitor the situation in Void territory. With this, small skirmishes would break out eventually as both sides were bound to meet. Void Land had the home advantage in these fights, and the number of open heaven realm masters under them was also massive, so they naturally had the advantage that basically allowed them to win every fight. The tentacles that Heavenly Sword Union plunged into Void territory to probe the situation inside had all been cut off without bringing back any gains, but they still continued blocking the territory gate leading from Flying Smoke territory to Void territory, showing no intention of starting an all-out war. It was clear that they were still hoping to snuff Void Land out by dragging things out. In actuality, Heavenly Sword Union's decision couldn't be called a mistake. 3 years had passed and the resources accumulated by Void Land had been greatly reduced due to this chokehold. Now, there was also little income flowing in from the Star City, and with so many more open heaven realm masters to support, the rate at which their supplies depleted also increased. Void Land's resources wouldn't be able to last much longer. Even though a large shipment of supplies was sent over from the Black Prison every 6 months, it was still hard to make ends meet. Moreover, after 3 years had passed, the half of the Star that Yang Kai brought out from the Black Prison's depths back then would be depleted, and it would be impossible for them to obtain such a large quantity of supplies from the Black Territory again unless Yang Kai made another trip to drag out another Star. However, how could Yang Kai leave without worry now that the situation was so unpredictable? Bian Yuqing had no choice but to try her best to make adjustments to try and make Void Land's supplies last for as long as possible. Inside his chambers, Yang Kai looked at Bian Yuqing with astonishment while holding his teacup. "Is what you say true?" Bian Yuqing nodded solemnly. "Sect Master, how could I joke about such a thing? Iron Blood Great Emperor has already sent someone over to contact us and says that he will need a 6th-order Yang element material in 2 months. Yang Kai could not stop his brows from rising in excitement. That means that Senior Iron Blood is about to advance into the open heaven realm. Bian Yuqing nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice. "I've checked the records of the taken supplies. Since coming to Voidland, Senior Iron Blood has taken 1 piece each of the materials of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, all in the 6th order. Less than half a year ago, another 6th order in element material was taken. So this 6th order Yang element material is the last one." "Good." Yang Kai put down his tea and stood up, looking even more excited than if he himself were advancing. He then began pacing about the room. "This is the first person from the star boundary to advance into the open heaven realm, and to advance straight into the 6th order at that. We must help Senior Iron Blood forge a clean path." "And did he say what we needed to prepare?" Bian Yuqing shook her head. Senior Iron Blood has only sent someone to tell us that he needs a 6th-order Yang element material in 2 months. He did not say anything besides that. Yang Kai pondered. We definitely have to prepare a heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill. Go and look for one, and find one of the best quality. Make sure nothing goes wrong in Senior Iron Blood's advancement into the open heaven realm. And also, after blurting out a bunch of instructions, he looked up to see Bian Yuqing staring at him with an astonished expression. Yang Kai blinked his eyes. Did you get all that? And what are you staring at me for? Bian Yuqing smiled. I have noted everything down. But if anyone unaware were to see Sect Master's reaction, then they would think that one of the madams was about to have a child. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry at that. Advancing into the open heaven realm is much tougher than giving birth to a baby, and for the first one at that, after some thought, he could not help but lament, how fast! It had not been very many years since he brought everyone from the star boundary to the outer universe, so he never expected Iron Blood Great Emperor to actually be able to advance into the open heaven realm so soon. That was even quicker than he himself. However, it did not seem strange after Yang Kai thought about it. He had to seek out every material by himself when he was trying to advance into the open heaven realm, which consumed a lot of time and effort. However, it was different for Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others. They only needed to worry about cultivating since Voidland had everything in store for them already. All they had to do was keep refining, and refining again. As long as their bodies were able to bear it, and as long as they could ensure that their foundation was firmly laid, there were simply no worries to be had for them. This was what it meant when one said, beneath a big tree, there is cool shade. In fact, Yang Kai's situation was far more commonly seen in the outer universe, and that was true even for the disciples of those cave heavens and paradises. They may not have to find materials for themselves, but if they wished to use the sect's resources, then they had to exchange for them with the appropriate contributions, which would still inevitably take time. And, of all the great emperors, Iron Blood was the first to advance into the open heaven realm, which was both unexpected and expected. Back then, Iron Blood Great Emperor was the strongest in terms of abilities, so it was not strange for him to have progressed so quickly. Besides Senior Iron Blood, what about the others? How are they doing? Yang Kai asked. Bian Yuqing answered, other than Senior Iron Blood, the ones improving the quickest right now is Senior Hongchun and Senior Martial Beast. Both of them have already begun refining their 6th material. Senior Serene Soul is also almost there. I believe he is about to complete the refinement of his 5th material. Then, there is Senior Flower Shadow and Senior Ice Feather. Lastly, there is Senior Wondrous Pill and Senior Heaven's Relations. Yang Kai nodded. That makes sense. Wondrous Pill and Heaven's Revelations are both not proficient in combat, so it is inevitable that they are slower than the rest. Though they were all great emperors, there were still differences between them. Despite all of them coming from the star boundary to Voidland, the speed at which they could advance into the open heaven realm was indicative of the differences between them. Yang Kai then asked about the pseudo-great emperors, to which Bian Yuqing responded one by one. These results were satisfactory to Yang Kai. There was no need to ask about Su Yan and the others, as he would personally visit his wives from time to time to investigate and give them pointers himself, so he naturally knew more about them than Bian Yuqing did. If I had to point out anything, it would be that Fang Yu and Xiangying are also about to advance into the open heaven realm. The same goes for a few of those who were recruited from the Grand Ancient Ruins shop. They are not lacking when compared to the great emperors. That is normal. Yang Kai nodded. They had already condensed various elements while they were in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and they also received the personal guidance of divine spirits, so it is only natural that their rate of refinement would not be slow. And, other than Fang Yu and Xiangying, who else has requested 6th-order materials? Fang Shui and Xiangyin were both divine medicine owners with excellent potential and were keen on advancing into the 6th order. Yang Kai had also allowed them to do as they wished, and they had the full support of Voidland. The other bearers that were recruited from the Grand Ancient Ruins shop had all been forced to refine 6th order or even higher materials by the divine spirits supporting them, but most of their aptitudes were not good enough to directly advance into the sixth-order open heaven realm. For the long term, it was best for them to take one step down and advance into the fifth order instead. The divine spirits of the grand ancient ruins boundary would not think about the long-term development and future of their bearers. They were merely helping their bearers to refine higher-order elements just to strengthen them up and give them an advantage in the spirit-seizing war. As for whether or not there would be hidden dangers to these actions, why would the divine spirits care? However, in general, Feng Yu and Xianxia would both face more risk than the great emperors in their ascension to the sixth order. They did not possess the deep heritages of the great emperors, nor the divine Tao water to reinforce their Tao seals. Even if they were able to refine sixth-order materials now, the dangers they would have to face in the future would only become greater. Otherwise, why would they join Void Land? There were so many great forces in the 3,000 worlds, and with their aptitude, it would not be difficult for any of them to enter any of those great forces, but they were attracted here by the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills. It was foreseeable that the barrier that they must break through in order to ascend into the sixth-order open heaven realm would be a barrier of life or death. Success would mean life and failure would result in death. They had no other choice. Apart from these two, the rest understood their limits and did not apply for any sixth-order materials, but rather opted for materials of the fifth order. Bian Yu Qing replied, "And we might not have much else in Voidland, but we do have plenty of fifth-order materials." Yang Kai nodded. With the divine medicine Gourdvine, it would only take them a month to collect a complete set of fifth-order materials. As long as they were given enough time, Voidland would definitely see no shortage in fifth-order materials. However, in the short term, Voidland's resources would be scarce until the crisis forced upon them by Heavenly Sword Union was lifted. As the two were talking, Yang Kai suddenly saw two tiny figures rushing in from the outside. It was Xiao Hong and Xiao He. Just like in their original forms, Xiao Hong had a fine appearance in human form like molded porcelain or well-cut jade, but Xiao He looked as crooked and appalling as ever, drooling from time to time. Yang Kai smiled. "What brings the two of you here? Has Senior sent you?" Xiao Hong said urgently. "Young master, quickly go and take a look. Something is not right with the young madam. Grandpa sent me to call you over." Yang Kai's face turned serious and he got up. "Which young madam?" Bian Yu Qing's face also became serious. "That is, the one with the red hair," Xiao He added from the side while sucking up the drool that was dripping down his face. "Red hair. It's Zhu Qing." Yang Kai had no idea what happened, but since Bai Shi called for him, then it must be serious. Not daring to delay, he manipulated space principles and disappeared from where he stood. By the time he reappeared, he had already arrived at a platform on Dragon Sun Peak. There were a large group of people gathered here, all of whom were from the Dragon Clan, forming a circle. It was not known what they were looking at, but when they heard the noise, Great Elder Zhu Yan, Second Elder Fu Zhuan, Third Elder Fu Xian, and Fourth Elder Zhu Kong all turned their heads to look at him. "Adoptive father!" Yang Xiao quickly shouted. "Yang Kai, you're here." Zhu Yan nodded lightly at him. "What happened?" Heart hanging from his throat, Yang Kai moved through the crowd. Bai Shi, who was standing inside, did not turn around. He stood there, hunched over, reassuring him, "No need to be nervous. It's nothing bad. In fact, it's good news." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai was confused. "See for yourself." Bai Shi pointed. Yang Kai looked over and saw Zhu Qing sitting down cross-legged, surrounded by a blood mist. The blood mist was just like a living being that lingered around her. Inside, Zhu Qing had a peaceful expression on her face, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. And Yang Kai carefully observed the blood mist surrounding Zhu Qing's body and could feel the might of her dragon vein coming from it. "You sense it, don't you?" Bai Shi asked. Yang Kai answered tentatively, "Qinger's dragon vein is growing stronger?" "Exactly." Bai Shi nodded. "Why is this happening?" Yang Kai did not understand. Zhu Yan explained, "Just now, we were listening to Senior's lesson on refining our bloodline. Fifth Elder must have had an epiphany. That's a good thing, right?" Yang Kai asked tentatively. "Of course it is." Bai Shi nodded. The growth of a divine spirit is a constant metamorphosis, and each transformation brings about great improvements. The same is true for the Dragon Clan. Qing Girl is now in the process of that metamorphosis. Yang Kai finally put his worries aside and grinned. Many thanks for your tireless guidance, Senior. Bai Shi waved his hand. I merely offered them directions. The reason this little girl was able to see a result so quickly is because of her pure bloodline. And, out of all of you young dragons, this girl has the purest bloodline. Young dragons? The Dragon Clan elders all had awkward looks on their faces, but since it was Bai Shi who said it, none of them dared to refute him and accepted it in silence. So, what makes one a mature dragon? Yang Kai asked. Bai Shi shook his head and laughed. There is no such thing as a mature dragon, only a grand dragon. After a pause, he added, to be able to evoke their original forms and take on a body over 10,000 meters long, that is the limit one must exceed to be called a grand dragon. And only a grand dragon can be as powerful as a high-rank open heaven realm master. 10,000 meters long. Zhu Yan was astonished. He was the great elder of the Dragon Clan, so it was reasonable to say that he was the strongest one. Not even Zhu Qing could compare. However, his body was currently only 1,000 meters or so in length. He was still far away from reaching 10,000 meters. Yang Kai was also secretly speechless. When he executed his dragon transformation secret art, he could reach a few thousand meters in length, which he thought was amazing enough. However, he never thought that he would still be thousands of meters away from becoming a grand dragon. But of course, his situation was not the same as a true dragon, so his size alone was not enough to tell how strong he was. Reaching 10,000 meters is just a basic requirement for one to become a grand dragon. As one's bloodline continues to evolve, even 100,000 meters is not be impossible. Bai Shi's words were astounding. The young dragons were all stunned by what they heard. In terms of age, which Dragon Clan member here had not lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. But for the growth of a dragon, the depth of their bloodline had always been the greatest standard. This was true for not only the Dragon Clan, but for all divine spirits. While they were talking, the blood mist around the surface of Zhu Qing's body became denser and denser. Previously, they could still see Zhu Qing through the blood mist, but now the red mist was so thick that they could no longer see the inside. This is quicker than expected, Bai Shi exclaimed. Is there something wrong with that? Yang Kai became nervous again. Not for now. Bai Shi shook his head. However, this old master has noticed a problem even before this. Among you young dragons, this girl has the densest bloodline. Reasonably speaking, since you all came from the same place, there should not be such a great difference. Has she taken some sort of precious treasure that can purify one's bloodline? The Dragon Clan elders all turned their heads to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was puzzled by their stares. What's wrong? Bai Shi was also confused. Zhu Yan lightly coughed. When he raised his hand, his dragon aura surged, isolating the inside from the outside and keeping the rest of the Dragon Clan members out, leaving only a few elders behind. There were not many members of the Dragon Clan to begin with, only around 20 or so in total. Apart from the elders, all the rest of the Dragon Clan members were looking over curiously. But they could not hear any sound, so they had no idea what the elders were talking about. Do you really have no idea? Or are you just feigning ignorance? Zhu Yan glanced at Yang Kai. What am I supposed to know? Yang Kai was baffled. Fu Xian stood aside with a slight blush on her cheek, staring down at her toes. Zhu Kong, on the other hand, had raised his eyes to the sky as if there were a pretty little female dragon flirting with him. Fu Zhuan, on the other hand, was as blunt as usual. Amused, she looked at Yang Kai and asked, think about it. How did Zhu Qing become the 5th elder of the Dragon Clan? Yang Kai stroked his chin. Is it because of me? Fu Zhuan sighed. Of course it's because of you. Zhu Yan interrupted them. Of course, it's not all because of you. To become an elder of our Dragon Clan, an exceptional bloodline is necessary. Strictly speaking, Zhu Qing was not the most outstanding dragon on my Dragon Island at the time, and the purity of her bloodline was nothing exceptional. However, since meeting you, The purity of her bloodline has been increasing at a rapid rate. That is the biggest reason why she had become the fifth elder of our dragon clan, even surpassing the old ones like us. I'm more than certain she told you why we sent so many of our female clan members to you at that time. After meeting me, Xianxia pursed his lips, reminiscing about their past encounters and those female clan member attempts at him. He said a little embarrassedly, "Great Elder means to say," Zhu Yan coughed lightly, "you have the ability to purify the bloodline of the dragon clan. Otherwise, how would the fifth elder able to achieve so much so quickly?" Xianxia glanced at the other dragon clan elders and blushed a little. Zhu Yan said, "We have discussed this issue before." She was looking left and right. After listening for a while, he finally reacted and made a sound of realization. Xianxia hurriedly said, "Don't listen to them, senior brother. It's just baseless nonsense. Qing'er was surely able to reach an epiphany because of your great guidance." She waved his hand and laughed. That would only be possible if she had exceptional potential to begin with. Regardless, this is not something that is taboo for us to talk about. As far as I know, such practices are common in the dragon clan. The union between a dragon of a stronger bloodline and a dragon of a weaker bloodline will indeed be able to help the one with the weaker bloodline to purify theirs. Zhu Yan's eyes lit up. "Senior, that also occurs in the outer universe?" Shi nodded. "Of course. Not only is this true for the dragon clan, but also the rest of the divine spirits. So, the purer one's bloodline, the higher their status. Only, no matter what divine spirit clan it may be, their numbers are extremely low, and there were even fewer of them to be found in one same group. The dragon clan's numbers are still quite numerous in comparison, and that is why it is more obvious." Zhu Yan's eyes were already glowing as he was staring at Xianxia with a burning gaze. Xianxia could not help but feel goosebumps rising all over his skin as he asked nervously, "What advice does Great Elder have for me? Voidland's current situation isn't good." Zhu Yan suddenly sighed. Xianxia furrowed his brow. "It still has not reached the point when life and death are at stake." Zhu Yan nodded. "Although that is true, being targeted by a high-rank open heaven master is still a terrible predicament." Xianxia thought he was worried about Voidland's future, so he quickly consoled, "Great Elder doesn't need to worry. I have a way to deal with this." "I believe you." Zhu Yan nodded. "The star boundaries situation was horrendous back then, but you let us out of it. We fought our way out. No matter how bad the current situation is, it's still less dangerous than the star boundaries situation back then." Though, Zhu Yan suddenly changed the subject. "However, having more open heaven realm masters in Voidland is not a bad thing, right?" "Great Elder is right. We've already begun to move to increase our numbers, and things are progressing quite smoothly. In another 2 months, Iron Blood Great Emperor should be attempting to advance to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm." This was exciting news. "The more masters there are, the better. Especially my dragon clan. If we can grow, each of us will be comparable to a high-rank Open Heaven master. At that time, what can Emir's Waquan Hui amount to?" Zhu Yan said proudly before turning to look at Xianxia sincerely. "However, you also know that the growth of a divine spirit is extremely slow. The same goes for those from the dragon clan. After following you from the star boundary to Voidland for so many years, only the fifth elder has made some significant progress, while the others have basically been stagnant. So you'll have to spend more effort to assist them." Xianxia couldn't help feeling a bit uncomfortable as he asked hesitantly, "What does Great Elder want me to do?" Zhu Yan made a fist and coughed lightly. "You're also a member of the dragon clan after all, so you can't favor one over the other. You have to treat everyone equally. Am I right? Us men and married women won't count on you, but look over there. There are still a few young women who haven't married yet." The corners of Xianxia's eyes couldn't help twitching slightly, while Fu Xian, who was standing to the side, blushed to the tips of her ears. Turning her head, she quickly stated, "Shao Qi is waiting for me. I'll go take a look at her." Saying so, she stomped her foot and soared into the sky. Zhu Yan's words were extremely clear, so how could those present not understand what he was saying? Fu Xian was simply too embarrassed to stay. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Great Elder, You're pushing me into a fire pit. The number of pure-blooded female dragon clan members is far fewer than the number of men. Each of them is akin to a treasure. If the men hear what you said, they will chop me into 18 pieces. Zhu Yan added in a serious and righteous manner. When compared to the future of my dragon clan, what do personal sacrifices count for? If any of them dares to say anything, I'll rip their heads off. We have talked about this before. Furthermore, I'm sure these little girls will be happy to do this. Have they not already made their stances clear? No, this is not appropriate. Yang Kai quickly waved him off. Zhu Yan wanted him to become a dragon stud. How could he do such a thing? There were only a few unmarried women left in the dragon clan, 4 or 5, that's it. There's nothing inappropriate at all. Zhu Yan assumed the posture that he was the law and his word would be final. Everything else can be discussed, but this matter concerns the future of our dragon clan, so you'll have to listen to me. In any case, your wives are all cultivating in retreat right now, and you rarely get to meet them. You're also a young man with a strong physique, so don't you feel lonely? Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. You're the dragon clan's great elder. Is it all right for you to speak like this? If your clansmen were to hear this, where would your prestige go? Fu Zhuan, who was standing to the side, interjected with a smile. If we can really allow the dragon clan to have a few grand dragons, even if its prestige goes down the drain. So what? Yang Kai stared at her in shock. Second elder, why are you saying such things? He turned to Zhu Kong and asked, Fourth elder, don't you have anything to say? Zhu Kong muttered to himself for a moment before reaching out to pat Yang Kai's shoulder and sighing. Many thanks in advance for your hard work. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He looked towards Bai Shi for help. However, the old man, who had been observing everything for a long time, just stroked his beard and encouraged. If you plant the crops until the field's well, you'll definitely gain something. Yang Kai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, feeling like someone had just stabbed him in the back. Seeing Zhu Yan about to speak again, Yang Kai quickly raised his hand and stopped him. Great elder, the dragon clan's future cannot depend on me alone, but I can promise you that I will find the dragon altar as soon as possible. If I can find it, the dragon clan will no longer be trapped here, and its future will be bright. Zhu Yan was stunned for a moment before stating, The dragon altar is the dragon altar while you are you. We are not certain when we'll find it, or if we ever will. So let's talk about you first. How could Yang Kai be willing to continue this discussion? Putting on an act, he took out his communication bead and looked at it before raising his brow and saying, Something happened in Star City. I'll go take a look. He turned to Bai Shi and requested, Senior, please look after Qinger. Nodding, Bai Shi assured, Rest assured, if there is any change, I will inform you right away. Yang Kai thanked him before escaping towards the Star City. Seeing him flee, Zhu Yan was also helpless, while Fu Zhuan heaved a sigh. We were too impatient. We've frightened him off. Zhu Yan grinned meaningfully. A man's heart always longs for spring sceneries. How could such a good thing scare him? This isn't the first time this has happened. Perhaps he's still just too happy to say it out loud. Fu Zhuan glanced at him casually. Oh, is that so? Zhu Yan quickly coughed and replied, I'm an old man, so naturally I won't act like those young ones. Fu Zhuan coldly snorted. So, what do we do now? Zhu Yan thought about it for a moment, then waved his hand to remove the barrier and swept his eyes over the clan members in front of him. Boys, leave. Girls, stay. We have some things to tell you. The male members of the dragon clan looked at each other in dismay. Although they were all somewhat curious, since the great elder had spoken, they didn't dare to remain any longer and quickly left, leaving 5 female dragon clan members behind. Zhu Yan gave Fu Zhuan a look, and the latter immediately stepped forward and whispered to the 5 female dragons, occasionally pointing towards Zhu Qing. Some of the female dragons had their eyes shine brightly, seemingly eager to give it a try, while some had their faces flushed shyly. Meanwhile, the nearby Zhu Kong let out a long sigh. The Star City's popularity was low as nearly 80% of the merchants had left long ago, causing the situation to deteriorate. Even the Void Dock, which used to be extremely lively, was now deserted. Xianxia drank a few pots of tea in the governor's mansion until his stomach was full. May had no idea why Xianxia had suddenly come to her place, but she just quietly accompanied him and didn't ask any questions, diligently reporting to him about the Star City's recent situation, whereas Xianxia perfunctorily listened. Half a day later, Xianxia thought that it was about time, so he finally stood up and stated, "Please take care of the Star City. I'll go back first. Sect Master, rest assured, I will definitely take good care of the Star City. Goodbye." After returning from the Star City, Xianxia went to find Bian Yuqing to discuss the matter of Iron Blood Great Emperor breaking through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm in 2 months. Although they couldn't help much, this was not a small event, so they had to make some preparations. At the very least, he had to isolate the energy fluctuations during the breakthrough so that others would not be able to spy on him. Otherwise, if Zuoquanhui found out about this, he might not be able to hold himself back and attack. Voidland's top priority now was time, and second was supplies. After settling some details with Bian Yuqing, Xianxia returned to his palace. Just as he pushed open the door to his room though, Xianxia frowned and looked towards the bed, only to see that there was something hidden inside it. He could clearly feel someone's aura and breathing. Frowning, Xianxia walked over to the bed and looked down. Before he could see who was hiding here, 2 snow-white arms reached out from under the blanket and wrapped around his neck, pulling him down. Xianxia quickly held onto the edge of the bed to steady himself. A pair of bright eyes stared straight at him, as if wanting to eat him alive. "Fu Ling? What are you doing here?" Xianxia asked, staring at her. Xianxia had a deep impression of this loose purple dragon. When he first entered Dragon Island in the Star Boundary, he had seen many things she was involved in that nearly blinded his eyes. Before then, he had only heard that those of the dragon race lived in an impure and obscene manner, but he thought that only applied to the males. Could be said that Fu Ling had opened a new window for him. "Brother-in-law," Fu Ling called out sweetly with eyes filled with affection. "The Great Elder sent me here to serve you." After she had raised her hands, Xianxia found that the thin blanket couldn't cover her naked body at all. She wasn't wearing anything. "Great Elder asked you to come?" Xianxia was both amused and annoyed. Zhu Yan really wanted to treat him like a dragon stud, and had sent Fu Ling over without any warning. Of course. Fu Ling blew her orchid breath at Xianxia's face as she gently pursed her red lips, assuming a seductive look. "Brother-in-law, I also want to be like Big Sister Qing and grow into a grand dragon as soon as possible. Brother-in-law, can you help me?" Xianxia quickly nodded. "Let go of me first. I'll help you." Fu Ling's beautiful eyes lit up as she cheered in joy. "Brother-in-law is the best." A moment later, with an exasperated shout, Fu Ling, who was wrapped up in sheets like a dumpling, was tossed out of the palace. Before she could land on the ground, the enraged Fu Ling transformed into her true form, a giant purple dragon. Shaking her head and flicking her tail, she breathed out a purple dragon breath which caused the defensive array around the palace to flicker. After venting her anger, Fu Ling left in a huff. From that day on, whenever Xianxia showed up in Voidland, there would always be a female dragon who would appear and follow him. Not every one of them was as unrestrained as Fu Ling. Some of them were bold and hot while others were shy and tender. Nonetheless, being entangled by so many female dragons made Xianxia feel helpless. However, Xianxia could never agree to being a dragon stud. Not in the past and not now. Zhu Qing's achievements today were not done in a day or two, but rather because he had been nourishing her for a long time. If he really went along with Zhu Yan's plans, Xianxia would probably have no time for anything else and would be stuck pleasing those female dragon clan's members with his heart and body indefinitely. If Ru Meng and the others found out about this later, Xianxia was certain that he would never have any good days ahead of him. So, although his heart wavered, he refused to give in. Thus, regarding this matter, even Zhu Yan and the others were rendered helpless. After all, one could not force an ox to bend its head to drink. In Voidlands with Spirit Province, where there were endless mountain ranges with jagged rocks covered in lush forests, on a certain spirit peak, Xianxia was sitting cross-legged and staring at another spirit peak 100 kilometers away. He had been sitting here for more than 2 months now. With these two spirit peaks as the center, a radius of several hundred kilometers had been marked as a restricted area and no unauthorized personnel were allowed to approach. A streak of light flew over and landed beside Yang Kai as a sweet fragrance spread in the air. It was none other than Yu He. As their eyes met, Yang Kai nodded slightly. Yu He, standing quietly beside him, asked in a low voice, gazing into the distance, "Young master, how is the situation? For the time being, there shouldn't be any big issues. We just need to see when Senior Iron Blood will be able to completely refine the Yang element material. As long as he completely refines it, he will be able to split heaven and earth apart and form his small universe." After a short pause, he asked again, "Has everything been arranged?" Yu He replied, "Everything has been arranged. Second manager is bringing them over right now." Yang Kai nodded. 2 months ago, Iron Blood Great Emperor had received his 6th order Yang element material and was preparing to break through to the open heaven realm. Yang Kai had also made many preparations for this and had specially found many open heaven realm masters to teach him about the things he needed to pay attention to in order to break through smoothly. This kind of experience was exactly what Iron Blood Great Emperor needed. With this guidance, he would be able to avoid many risks. It had been almost 2 months since Iron Blood Great Emperor began refining his final element material, so it should be about time for the results to be revealed. He was the first cultivator from the star boundary to ascend to the open heaven realm. This was extremely significant to the current void land and the people from the star boundary as a whole. Therefore, Yang Kai arranged for some people to attend the ceremony. These people were all preparing to break through to the 6th order, so being able to personally observe and emulate Iron Blood Great Emperor's breakthrough would be of great benefit to them in the future. When Old Bai was breaking through to the 5th order open heaven realm, the proprietress had specially brought Yang Kai to watch for precisely this reason. As the two were speaking, they saw a large group of people flying towards them. When they got close, all of them landed on the ground. There were more than 20 of them. The ones in front were naturally the great emperors from the star boundary: Hong Chun, Martial Beast, Serene Soul, Flower Shadow, Ice Feather, Heaven's Revelations, and Wondrous Pill. Next were Yang Yen, Li Wu Yi, Bing Yun, Shang Yuzhu, and the other pseudo-great emperors. After them were Yang Kai's wives, Su Yen, Xianing Chong, Shan Qing Luo, Shui Yu, Yu Rumeng, and Ji Yao. Yang Shui, Mo Shaoqi, Lin Yuner, Xiang Ying, and Fang Yu also came. Everyone greeted him one by one, but there was no time for small talk as everyone's eyes turned towards Iron Blood Great Emperor. After observing for a while, Duan Hongchan furrowed his brow and asked, "What's the situation over there?" Yang Kai replied honestly, "He should still be refining the last material, but it should be about time. We'll know in half a month at most." Duan Hongchan nodded slightly and suddenly smiled. "I didn't expect that we would also be able to break through to the open heaven realm." They were trapped in the star boundary and unable to see the vastness of the outer universe. Only by leaping out from there did they realize how small the world they lived in truly was. However, everyone understood that the greatest contributor to everyone's success today was undoubtedly Yang Kai. If he hadn't provided them with an unlimited amount of cultivation materials, even if they had jumped out to the outer universe, they might not have had a good result. Since their arrival from the star boundary, the great emperors rarely gathered together as they were usually busy with their own cultivation. If Yang Kai hadn't asked them to attend this event, they would still be in retreat. Now that they had gathered together, there was naturally a lot to talk about, so it didn't take long for them to start chatting. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to them and instead shot a glance at his wives before walking to the side. Seeing this, the several women quickly followed. Although Yang Kai would often find time to guide Su Yen and the others in their cultivation, most of the time, they would be in retreat, so they rarely saw each other. As such, it was only natural for them to feel a little lovesick. There were many people gathered here, and since it was inappropriate to show too much affection in public, Yang Kai simply checked the cultivation progress of each of the women one by one, answering all of their questions in detail, allowing them to benefit greatly. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who was talking to his women, suddenly turned his head in the direction of Iron Blood Great Emperor and shouted, "It's starting!" The muttering on the spirit peak suddenly quieted down as everyone turned their attention to the platform where Iron Blood Great Emperor was sitting cross-legged. Bit by bit, an extremely profound aura suddenly started rising. Is the arrangement over at the Star City done? Yang Kai turned his head and asked. He quickly replied, everything has been arranged. Mo Mei will personally keep an eye on it. There won't be any mistakes. Yang Kai nodded. Start the array. He accepted the order and summoned the array jade. Immediately, her hands danced around as the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was activated. The 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array that enveloped Voidland was extremely powerful, but the more powerful the spirit array, the more energy it consumed to operate. Normally, the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was not fully activated, especially now that Voidland was lacking in resources. At this moment, under the control of Yu He, the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array's Bewildering Array, Illusion Array, and Barrier were all activated. When Iron Blood Great Emperor broke through to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, there would inevitably be a great disturbance. If there was no Grand Array to isolate him, it was highly likely his breakthrough would be spied upon by outsiders. Heavenly Sword Union was like a tiger eyeing its prey right now. It was unknown how many spies they had planted in Void Territory and the Star City, but once news of someone breaking through to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm spread, they would naturally hear about it. Yang Kai didn't know what Quan Hui's reaction would be, but just in case, he had to be careful. Voidland still needed more time. In the blink of an eye, the entire Voidland was covered in a thick layer of mist. Looking from afar, it was impossible to see anything within. Inside Voidland, the movements of Iron Blood Great Emperor became more obvious, and a series of muffled thuds slowly and rhythmically rang out from the void, as if a giant invisible hand was beating a war drum. Everyone focused all of their attention on him, not missing a single detail. Watching others advance to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm was extremely helpful to their future cultivation, so no one dared to relax. Advancing to the Open Heaven realm was a process of a cultivator splitting heaven and earth apart within their body to form a small universe. This process was extremely dangerous, because in order to break through to the Open Heaven realm, one needed to first shatter their Dao Seal and melt it into their small universe. If the Dao Seal was shattered and the small universe was unable to form, then their entire life of cultivation would be wasted. If one succeeded, they would be reborn and soar into the sky. If they failed, they would lose everything and would die without a corpse. There were only 2 endings when breaking through to the Open Heaven realm. One was to live, the other to die. There was no middle ground. As such, there were many Emperor Realm cultivators in these 3,000 worlds who already had the qualifications to break through to the Open Heaven realm, but did not dare to take that final step. The great emperors all wore solemn expressions. Compared to Iron Blood, their foundation was almost the same. Perhaps Iron Blood was slightly better, but not by much. Whether or not Iron Blood could successfully advance to the 6th Order was the key. If he failed, it would be a great blow to the great emperors from the star boundary. If even the great emperors were like this, there was no need to mention the others. As such, everyone present was nervous. Seeing this, Yang Kai consoled, Senior Iron Blood has a deep foundation and his Dao Seal is firm. Now that he has the protection of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, it shouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the Open Heaven realm. There's no need to be so nervous. Mo Huang shook his head and commented, Who dares to say that nothing unexpected will happen on our path of cultivation? Even if someone had traveled 99% along the path, before he or she had reached his or her destination, the slightest carelessness may lead to unpredictable consequences. Yang Kai had wanted them to not be so nervous, but after hearing Mo Huang's words, he could only nod and say, Senior Martial Beast is right. As time passed, the yin, yang, and 5-element powers gradually rose and fell, mutually reinforcing and suppressing one another. On the Spirit Peak, the atmosphere was heavy as everyone knew that Iron Blood had reached a critical juncture. So how could they be in the mood to speak? Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements continued cycling without end, occasionally showing signs of disorder, causing everyone to be on edge. Fortunately, Iron Blood Great Emperor's foundation was quite deep, so although there were some twists and turns during his advancement, It wasn't to the point where he couldn't control it himself. Yang Kai paid close attention and was prepared to step in at any time. He didn't know if he could help others when they encountered difficulties during their breakthrough to the open heaven realm, or if he could assist them in any way, but he could only prepare in advance. At a certain moment, the flaring aura suddenly disappeared, shocking everyone. They thought that something terrible had happened to Iron Blood Great Emperor. However, soon after, a strange feeling slowly spread out. When they probed, they sensed that the place where Iron Blood Great Emperor was standing was a chaotic mess, as if everything in this world had been turned into nothingness. Yang Kai's brow rose as he recalled the scene of him breaking through to the open heaven realm. How could he not know that Iron Blood Great Emperor had reached the final step? He couldn't help feeling excited. A fierce shout suddenly rang out from Iron Blood Great Emperor's side. "Open!" A violent rumbling sound rang out as chaos erupted and heaven and earth split apart. The aura of the newly born universe world spread out in all directions like a thunderstorm, spreading fierce gales and causing everyone's clothes to flutter. "Success!" Duan Hongchan exclaimed softly, his eyes glowing with envy. "Ha ha ha ha!" Iron Blood Great Emperor laughed heartily. "Amazing!" Martial Beast Great Emperor curled his lips. "Show off!" Although he said so, there was still pride in his eyes. After all, they were all great emperors, and with Iron Blood reaching the open heaven realm, he would soon be able to catch up. Yang Kai's tense heart finally relaxed as he let out a long sigh and smiled. "Everyone, please come with me to congratulate him." Saying so, he took the lead and flew forward while the others followed closely behind. A distance of 100 kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. Iron Blood Great Emperor stood there, gently clenching his fists, his face filled with confidence as if he could grasp the entire world in his palm. Yang Kai could understand what he was feeling. On the martial Dao, the gap between the Emperor realm and the open heaven realm was a big leap, a qualitative change that was difficult to describe, especially with Iron Blood Great Emperor breaking through directly to the Sixth Order open heaven realm. At this moment, the strength he possessed was thousands of times greater than before. At the Star City's Void Dock, a small ship, after receiving a routine inspection, slowly sailed out before quickly disappearing into the void. After the ship left, Mo slowly walked out from her hiding place and glanced in the ship's direction, asking, "Who does that ship belong to?" The disciple, who was responsible for inspecting the ship, reported, "It's the transport of Gathering Smoke Territory's Blizzard sect." Mo immediately took out her universe chart and examined it for a moment before coldly snorting. Gathering Smoke Territory and Heavenly Sword Territory are adjacent to each other. They didn't leave sooner or later, but chose to leave at this time. What a loyal bunch! As she spoke, she turned her head in the direction of Void Land and saw that it was currently wrapped in a thick mist. She knew that Iron Blood Great Emperor from the Star Boundary was definitely preparing to break through to the open heaven realm. Otherwise, the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array would not have been activated. It was known that there were spies from Heavenly Sword Union in the Star City. She had discussed this matter with Yang Kai before. Just like how he had arranged for Luan Baifeng to join Heavenly Sword Union, Heavenly Sword Union would have certainly done the same. However, there were still many merchants and residents who remained in the Star City, so it was impossible to determine which ones were spies. Iron Blood Great Emperor breaking through to the open heaven realm had clearly alerted Void Land's enemies. When the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was activated, the entire Void Land was covered by it, giving the impression they were trying to hide some kind of big secret. When the spies in the Star City saw this, they would definitely report it to Heavenly Sword Union, giving Void Land an opportunity to track them. What Mo saw now was completely in line with Yang Kai's speculations. Not long after Void Land's 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was activated, Blizzard Sect's ship left the Star City. Why did they leave if it wasn't to send a message? It should be noted that the Star City's Void Dock had been completely deserted all this while. No one had come or gone. So Jin Yuanlang and his group of disciples who were responsible for overseeing the Void Dock had grown quite idle and bored. "Elder Fan," Mo called out. Fan Wu Xen quickly stepped forward and cupped his fist, greeting, "Governor, keep a close eye on this place. There's definitely more than one rat. If anyone wants to leave, you can detain them first. If they have any objection, tell them to come to the governor's mansion and talk to me. Yes, Fan Wu Xian replied solemnly. Mo Mei glanced at the deep void again, wondering how much they could gain from tracking these people down. At the same time, in Voidland, a group of people gathered around Ironblood Great Emperor and listened to him describe the feeling of breaking through to the open heaven realm. Although Yang Kai had previously asked many veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to teach them some things they needed to pay attention to in order to advance to the Open Heaven Realm, having someone who just broke through like Ironblood Great Emperor teach them was naturally more effective. Perhaps one of them might encounter a similar situation as Ironblood Great Emperor when they made their attempt. At that time, if they were well prepared, it would be easier to deal with. After a full day and night, everyone still hadn't had enough. So Yang Kai had no choice but to interrupt them. Senior Ironblood just broke through and needs to consolidate his foundation. Let him rest for a while. Hearing this, everyone finally gave up. There was a huge leap in strength from the Emperor Realm to the Open Heaven Realm. The sudden increase in strength required some time to gradually adapt to. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Ironblood to display his full might when facing an enemy. Ironblood Great Emperor's ascension to the Open Heaven Realm was a good start, meaning that the cultivators from the Star Boundary had now finally stepped onto the stage of the 3,000 worlds. In 3 to 6 months, Yang Kai believed that Voidland would have at least 3 or 4 more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Bustling World Great Emperor, Martial Beast Great Emperor, and even Feng Yu and Xiang Ying's advancement to Open Heaven Realm was only a hair's breadth behind Ironblood Great Emperor. Perhaps it was because they had been stimulated by Ironblood Great Emperor's breakthrough. But everyone returned to their respective rooms and immediately entered retreat. As expected, the 2 Great Emperors, Bustling World and Martial Beast, as well as Feng Yu and Xiang Ying, both requested Bian Yuqing to provide them with the last Sixth Order Yang element material they needed soon after. Bian Yuqing naturally agreed. After everything was settled, Bian Yuqing came to Yang Kai's side and whispered a few words to him. Yang Kai slightly narrowed his eyes and nodded. Let's go take a look. The two of them quickly arrived at a secret room. Jin Yuanlang immediately cupped his fist and greeted, Sect Master, Second Manager. Yang Kai nodded slightly and swept his gaze across the crowd, only to see 3 people standing side by side in front of him, 2 men and 1 woman. They looked a little panicked, but they were trying very hard to appear calm. Jin Yuanlang took a few steps forward and gave a simple report. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly. Gathering Smoke Territory? Blizzard Sect? Jin Yuanlang continued. Governor Mo has already checked. Gathering Smoke Territory is adjacent to Heavenly Sword Territory. I've been following their flying ship for a long distance. Their destination should have been Flying Smoke Territory. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He then pulled up a chair before sitting down and lifting his head to look at the 3 people in front of him. The Blizzard Sect members were led by the elderly man in the middle. This man had good insight, as when he saw a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Jin Yuanlang acting so respectfully towards Yang Kai, he immediately guessed Yang Kai's identity and cupped his fist. This must be Voidland's Lord, Sir Yang. Yang Kai agreed with a nod. It is this Yang. The elderly man furrowed his brow and asked, May I ask, Sir Yang, whether my Blizzard Sect has offended Voidland in any way that would cause you to detain us? Yang Kai asked lightly. You really don't know? The elderly man maintained a calm and composed manner. Please enlighten me. Yang Kai stared at him for a moment before replying. Since you don't know, you don't need to know. With a flick of his finger, world force suddenly converged. Pa! The elderly man's head exploded as red and white matter sprayed out in all directions while blood spurted out from the neck like a fountain. Bian Yuqing, who was standing behind Yang Kai, suddenly trembled, obviously frightened. It wasn't that she had never seen a dead person before, but she hadn't expected Yang Kai to act so decisively and take the old man's life without any warning. Jin Yuanlang was also stunned for a moment, but soon a smile appeared on his lips, giving him a menacing look. Since Blizzard Sect was willing to act as Heavenly Sword Union's spy, they were enemies, so there was no need for them to show any mercy. Yang Kai's actions were to his liking. As the old man's small universe collapsed, the power of the Fourth Order open heaven realm suddenly dissipated as the headless corpse staggered and fell to the ground. Yang Kai looked up at the remaining two and asked, "What do you know?" The remaining man and woman were only in the Third Order open heaven realm. Seeing their leader being killed so ruthlessly, their faces immediately went pale and their courage shattered. The man's legs started trembling as he begged for mercy. "Sir, please spare my life. If there's anything you need, please ask. I will tell you everything I know." As if he was afraid he would die if he spoke too late, he quickly replied. Yang Kai turned to look at the woman again. The woman's face turned pale as she quickly expressed her stance. "This mistress is the same. If sir has any questions, feel free to ask." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. "That's better." After pondering for a moment, he stated, "The one who tells me the most will live, the other will die. Elder Jean, take one of them away." "Yes." Jean Yuanlang accepted the order and reached out to grab the man, ignoring his pleas for mercy and resistance as he took him away. Yang Kai turned to the woman and calmly continued, "You should understand what I want to know." The woman nervously gulped as her breathing became erratic. Her chest heaved up and down, and she put on the best flattering smile she could as she gently nodded. "This mistress knows." Without waiting for Yang Kai to ask any more questions, she began speaking. She was frightened out of her wits, which caused her words to be extremely disorganized. Moreover, she was afraid that she would reveal less than her companion, so she said whatever came to her mind. Yang Kai listened with an indifferent expression, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. The more he acted like this, the more panicked the woman became. After a long time, the woman finally stopped and looked at him with a timid expression. As expected, these people from the Blizzard sect were spies planted by Heavenly Sword Union in Void Star City. Blizzard sect originally had a shop in the Star City, so before Heavenly Sword Union sealed the territory gate, they had contacted them and asked them to monitor the movements of Voidland. They had ordered them to report every piece of news they found. Previously, when they saw Voidland's 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array activate, they too were unable to see what was happening inside, so they thought that something big had occurred. As such, they prepared to go to Flying Smoke territory to report the situation, but they didn't expect to fall into Yang Kai's trap. "Is that all?" Yang Kai looked up at her. The woman quickly shook her head. "Yes, sir. This mistress and the others also didn't want to do this. We were forced to do so. Gathering Smoke territory and Heavenly Sword territory are neighbors. If we didn't comply, Heavenly Sword Union would definitely not spare us. My Blizzard sect really has no intention of becoming enemies with Voidland." Yang Kai ignored her pleas and continued, "The people that Heavenly Sword Union planted in the Star City are definitely not just your Blizzard sect. Who else is there?" The woman thought about it carefully before shaking her head. "This mistress has no idea. Think carefully before you answer. Otherwise, if your fellow brother says more than you won't have a chance to see tomorrow's sun." The woman's eyes immediately turned red. "Sir, this mistress really doesn't know. Please spare my life. This mistress is willing to do anything to repay sir's kindness. Please take pity on me." Saying so, she actually knelt down, crawled up to Yang Kai, and craned her snow-white neck to look at him. This immediately caused her deep ravine to be visible through her collar. Bian Yuqing couldn't stand her pathetic look and coldly snapped, "You may not know, but don't you have any suspects?" After hearing her reminder, the woman thought about it seriously for a moment before reporting the names of the 2 other forces. "This mistress doesn't know if they are or not, but I've heard that they have many connections with Heavenly Sword Union." Yang Kai nodded. "I see." Giving Bian Yuqing a look, she immediately turned around and called out. A short while later, Jean Yuanlang walked in with the man in his arms before carrying the woman away, ignoring her pleas. Half an hour later, Yang Kai walked out of the secret room with Bian Yuqing following closely behind him. The 2 Third Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Blizzard Sect had already told him everything they knew, and after cross-referencing the information they had revealed, Yang Kai did not find anything suspicious, so questioning them anymore would be pointless. "Sect Master, what should we deal with those forces?" Bian Yuqing asked softly. In order to survive, the two Blizzard sect members had mentioned several forces, but they couldn't be certain if these forces really had colluded with Heavenly Sword Union. Perhaps they were just speculating, or perhaps they were just spouting names in order to appear more useful. As such, dealing with these forces was quite troublesome. Send a message to Governor Mo to keep an eye on them, and if there's any sign of trouble. Yang Kai paused for a moment before coldly continuing. We'd rather kill and be wrong than let them off. Bian Yuqing quickly responded. Yes. She also knew that what Voidland lacked the most right now was time. As long as they had a little more time, the number of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters they had would grow. When the battle broke out with Heavenly Sword Union, every Sixth Order Master would be an indispensable force. So, concealing information right now was the top priority. Otherwise, if Zuoquan Hui found out about the situation here, he would definitely launch an all-out attack. Last time, Zuoquan Hui's lineage alone had forced Voidland to send out all its top experts. So now, with Heavenly Sword Union's help, if Voidland didn't have more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, it would be difficult to resist. What should we do with those two? Bian Yuqing asked again. Detain them for now, Yang Kai replied casually. He didn't take the two Blizzard sect members seriously, but since they wanted to make an enemy out of Voidland, he would not show any mercy. After the war here was settled, he would just throw them into the Black Territory. Luan Baifeng would be more than happy to acquire more slaves. After the order was passed down, the Star City also began to make arrangements. Sure enough, 3 days later, they caught another spy who wanted to leave Void Territory. After interrogating them and confirming that there was no mistake, they also detained them. Yang Kai didn't know how much longer Zuoquan Hui could endure. He had led Heavenly Sword Union to seal off the territory gate for over 3 years now, which wasn't necessarily a long time, but it wasn't short either. Theoretically, it was enough time for a newly established force to run out of supplies. Voidland had only risen recently, so unlike the cave heavens and paradises that possessed inheritances that spanned countless centuries, it did not have a rich stockpile of resources. Now, even the Star City income had been cut off, so the only reason it was able to persist until now was because of the benefits brought about by the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. From Zuoquan Hui's perspective, he was in an invincible position. As long as he waited patiently, Voidland would one day be unable to hold back and rush out to seek a way out. At that time, he would be able to deal a heavy blow to Voidland. However, there was always a limit to his patience, and it was impossible to completely seal off news from Voidland. Although Yang Kai didn't need to worry too much about the Star City, there were still many people hidden in Void Territory who were observing Voidland. Once the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was activated frequently, it would definitely arouse Zuoquan Hui's vigilance, and at that time, he would definitely try to probe the situation. As such, Yang Kai felt that Voidland would at most be safe for another year or so. But a year was enough. 3 months later, bustling World Great Emperor broke through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, and quite smoothly at that. Another month later, Martial Beast Great Emperor also did so, which came as no surprise. In another 2 months, Fang Yu and Xianxia both broke through, not facing too much danger. Immediately after Fang Yu and Xianxia, Flower Shadow and Ice Feather Great Emperors broke through. At this point, the number of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland had reached 16, not including Luan Baifeng in Heavenly Sword Union or Lan Yu Rua who was in secluded retreat. Although 7 of these 16 had just advanced to the Open Heaven Realm and were unable to display their full strength for a short period of time due to the instability of their cultivation, they were still in the Sixth Order Masters. As the saying went, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. In addition, there were more than 100 cultivators who had advanced below the Sixth Order in Voidland during this time. It could be said that a wave of advancement to the Open Heaven Realm had been set off. Just as Yang Kai had expected, the frequent activation of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array had alerted Zuoquan Hui. After the enemy scouts hiding in Void Territory sent word back, the peace that had been maintained for several years was finally broken. Sect Master, a large number of ships suddenly appeared from Flying Smoke Territory's territory gate leading to Void Territory. They were confirmed to be from Heavenly Sword Union, and Mountain Lord Mao, who was watching over things there, engaged in a brief clash with the enemy. On Dragon Sun's peak, Yang Kai was examining Zhu Qing's condition when Bian Yuqing suddenly rushed over and anxiously reported. Yang Kai turned his head and asked, "How is the situation?" After returning from the Black Territory to Void Territory that day, Yang Kai had Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, and Zhou Ye lead a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters to guard the territory gate. On one hand, it was to block spies from leaving towards Flying Smoke Territory, while on the other hand, it was to monitor the situation of Heavenly Sword Union. Over the past few years, Heavenly Sword Union had made quite a few attempts to check the situation in Void Territory, but all of them had been easily resolved by Mao Zhe and the others. Since Zuoquan Hui had decided to starve Void Land to death, he naturally wouldn't start a war so easily before the time was right. This time, the situation was clearly different from the previous small-scale investigations. Bian Yuqing shook her head and replied, "The situation is serious but not critical. Heavenly Sword Union sent several Sixth-Order Masters, forcing Mountain Lord Mao and the others to retreat. The territory gate fell into Heavenly Sword Union's hands." "Is everyone all right?" Yang Kai asked with concern. Although Void Land was now filled with powerful forces, every Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master was a rare and needed talent. A few low-order Open Heaven Realm Masters lost their lives in the clash, but not many. The other party seemed to only be probing the region, so Mountain Lord Mao and the others were able to retreat safely. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before commenting in a mournful tone. "In a battle between two armies, injuries and deaths are inevitable. When the Star Boundary united to fight against the Demon Realm, millions of cultivators and billions of innocents lost their lives. The entire Star Boundary had been plunged into misery and suffering during that time. Now that they were fighting against Heavenly Sword Union, Yang Kai was naturally prepared for such losses." "Did Zuoquan Hui show up?" Yang Kai asked again. Bian Yuqing slowly shook her head and rejoiced. "If he showed up personally, Mountain Lord Mao and the others would definitely not have remained unharmed. Although Mao Zhe and the other two were veteran Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they were definitely not Zuoquan Hui's match even if they were to fight together. Last time, they had been able to defend against Zuoquan Hui because Yang Kai had been the one to bear most of the pressure." "Coward!" Yang Kai sneered. Zuoquan Hui was obviously afraid of the divine spirits of Void Land, so he didn't dare show his face easily. However, this was also in line with Yang Kai's intentions. From this point alone, even if Zhu Jiuyin didn't actively participate in the war, she would still be a great deterrent. "Sect Master," Bian Yuqing's voice was somewhat hoarse. "Is the war about to begin?" Although she was mentally prepared, when this day really came, Bian Yuqing couldn't help but be nervous. As someone from the Star Boundary, she had never forgotten how tragic the Two Worlds' Great War had been. "It is." Yang Kai took a deep breath and turned his head. "Senior, I'll have to trouble you to look after Void Land and the Star City." Nodding, she replied, "Don't worry. I'll take good care of these two places for you. If you can't defeat the enemy, just come back. With this old master here, they won't dare act rashly." "Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai expressed his gratitude before turning to Zhu Qing. But before he could say anything, Zhu Qing stepped forward and stated, "I'll go with you." Yang Kai flatly refused. "No." Zhu Qing's bloodline had improved dramatically as a result of her dragon vein being greatly purified and condensed, allowing her to transform into a 3,000 to 4,000 meters long dragon. However, when Yang Kai checked her strength, she was only able to display the might of someone around the 3rd or 4th Order Open Heaven Realm. A true Grand Dragon was said to be at least 10,000 meters long, so although Zhu Qing's transformation this time had greatly increased her strength, there was still a big gap between her and a true powerhouse. It was likely that she would need to undergo another great transformation before she could truly become a Grand Dragon. On the other hand, in a battle between two armies, the situation was chaotic, and a 3rd or 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could die at any moment. How could Yang Kai allow her to enter the battlefield? Zhu Qing looked at him quietly. "I am the wife of Void Land's Lord. If I didn't have the ability to participate, it would have been fine, but now that I have the necessary strength, if I still have to hide in the rear, what will others think?" If those disciples who are desperately bleeding and dying for Voidland came to know about it, what would they think? They will definitely think that I'm a turtle. To the side. She couldn't help but shrink his neck. He wanted to say something, but decided to hold back. Zhu Qing continued. All these years, we sisters have been cultivating hard, but have never been able to help you much when you were out roaming the world. Now that I have this opportunity, I want to do something. We can't live under your wings forever, always allowing you to shield us from the wind and storms. Big Sister and the others must be thinking the same and working hard for this goal. Yang Kai had a belly full of words, but he couldn't say them. Even though he was still reluctant, his heart was filled with warmth. In any case, if I want to go, even if you don't allow me to, I'll go myself unless you lock me up, Zhu Qing proclaimed angrily. Yang Kai stared at her for a moment before suddenly smiling and nodding. If you want to go, you can go. Zhu Qing stared at Yang Kai in shock. You're not lying? She hadn't expected Yang Kai to agree to her request so easily. I'm not lying, Yang Kai replied seriously before turning to look at the old man. Senior, please take care. Saying so, he wrapped his arm around Zhu Qing's waist and flew off. A moment later, numerous large and small ships flew out from Void Land, transforming into streaks of light as they headed towards the territory gate. Void territory was vast, so it would take at least 10 days to half a month to reach the territory gate. If Yang Kai was alone, it wouldn't have taken him so long. But now that there were a lot of Open Heaven Realm Masters from Void Land accompanying him, their speed was naturally slower. Inside a room aboard the Falling Lotus, Zhu Qing was lying on the bed, her clothes in disarray and her hair disheveled as she was sweating profusely. Lifting her head, she rebuked with great difficulty. Aren't we going to war? If others find out, what will we do? Yang Kai grinned and replied, It will take some time to get there, so we can't waste time. Senior said that I can help you purify your bloodline, and with each transformation, your strength will grow. So I must work hard. Zhu Qing was already in a daze, unable to speak, her entire body glowing with a faint red light. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little annoyed. If I had known this would happen, I would have worked much harder and not wasted so much time before. The enormous territory gate was stretched across the void, slowly rotating in an endless cycle. Outside the territory gate stood a grand palace. This palace was a combination of defensive, offensive, and flight-type artifacts. Both inside and outside the palace, one could see cultivators walking back and forth. Yang Kai led the many Void Land Open Heaven Realm Masters to a nearby place and immediately spotted the palace. Heavenly Sword Palace. Old Bai whistled and exclaimed, They even brought this thing out. They really want to settle down in our void territory. Have you seen it before? Yang Kai tilted his head and asked. Although there were many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, and there were even 16 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in terms of experience and knowledge, none of them could compare to those from the First Inn. For many years, they had followed the proprietress around, collecting all kinds of information about the 3,000 worlds. There were very few things they didn't know about in the outer universe. Old Bai replied with a shake of his head. I haven't seen it before, but I've heard of the famous Heavenly Sword Palace. Back then, in order to forge this artifact, Heavenly Sword Union nearly went bankrupt, yet it still took them nearly 100 years to complete it. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Heavenly Sword Union could be considered a top second-class force, yet they had almost gone bankrupt and spent so long to refine a single artifact. From this, it could be seen just how much Heavenly Sword Palace had cost them. The more they spent on it, the more it could not be underestimated. Although he had not personally witnessed the power of Heavenly Sword Palace, Yang Kai could still feel that it had an impregnable defense and unstoppable offensive power. This kind of artifact had already exceeded the scope of an ordinary artifact. It was a weapon of war. With such a powerful weapon, Heavenly Sword Union's morale would definitely soar. In comparison, Voidland seemed somewhat shabby. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, noting that Voidland's forces had taken up position about 1 million kilometers away from the territory gate. This distance wasn't far, but it was definitely not close either. For Open Heaven Realm Masters, It would not take them long to cross such a distance. Moreover, there were no obstructions in the void, so if their eyesight was good enough, they could even see individual cultivators across this kind of gap. Ships of all sizes were scattered across the void. If we get the opportunity, we should forge a palace artifact for ourselves. Otherwise, if we encountered such a situation again, our morale would be greatly reduced before the fighting even begins. Unfortunately, Void Land was currently short of resources, so now was not the time to consider such things. You didn't seize Wuquan Hui? Yang Kai turned to look at Maozhe. Maozhe slowly shook his head. No, Yang Kai focused his attention on the Heavenly Sword Palace. Since Wuquan Hui hadn't shown up, either he hadn't come here and was still hiding in Flying Smoke territory, or he was inside the Heavenly Sword Palace. Yang Kai estimated that the former was more likely to be the case. If he really came, he would not let Maozhe and the others leave so easily. Of course, he could have been hiding in Flying Smoke territory and had now come along with the Heavenly Sword Palace. Even though a great killing weapon like the Heavenly Sword Palace had been taken out, it was still standing guard near the territory gate. Obviously, they were only trying to probe the situation and weren't preparing to launch a large-scale attack. Otherwise, they would have completely mobilized the Heavenly Sword Palace and directly attacked Voidland. Of course, directly attacking Voidland was something Wuquan Hui definitely didn't have the courage to do. With Bai Shi and Zhu Jiuyin standing guard, how could he dare to act presumptuously? Setting up the Heavenly Sword Palace near the territory gate, he could attack or retreat at will. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. Wuquan Hui acting vigilant and cautious. After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai stated in a low voice, "I'm afraid I won't be able to contribute much to the battle against Heavenly Sword Union. You can only rely on yourselves. Be careful." The group of Open Heaven Realm Masters around him were stunned. Most of them not understanding what Yang Kai meant, but a few of them quickly reacted. Yang Kai's strength had far exceeded an ordinary Sixth Order Master's, so if he were to take action, no one from Heavenly Sword Union would be his opponent. At that time, he would definitely provoke Wuquan Hui to take action, and once Wuquan Hui appeared, the situation would become difficult to control. After all, no one on their side could restrain a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Currently, Wuquan Hui was hiding, mainly because he was afraid of Zhu Jiuyin, who hadn't made an appearance yet. If Yang Kai didn't show himself, Wuquan Hui also wouldn't show up easily, which would benefit Voidland greatly. Yuhi was the first to understand this point, so when she heard this, she nodded and declared, "Young Master may rest assured. If Wuquan Hui doesn't take action, Heavenly Sword Union is nothing but trash. For the current Voidland, they indeed had the qualifications to evaluate Heavenly Sword Union as trash. Let's set up camp first. I don't know how long Wuquan Hui's probing will last." Yang Kai ordered, and everyone readily agreed. Several figures flew out and disappeared into the void. Half a day later, a shattered spirit province from who knows where was brought over and set down before everyone landed on it. This shattered spirit province was a barren rock one could find floating about in great territory. Although it couldn't compare to the grandeur of the Heavenly Sword Palace, it was still a good place to temporarily establish a camp. After settling the necessary details, Yang Kai immediately summoned all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters for a war council. Everyone expressed their own opinions, and soon determined the most important task at hand, which was to determine the strength of Heavenly Sword Union. Know thyself, know thine enemy, and you will emerge victorious in 100 battles. It was a saying true in any circumstance. On the other side, Heavenly Sword Union's disciples were all holed up in and around the Heavenly Sword Palace, so it wasn't easy to identify or count them. Yang Kai had arranged for Luan Baifeng to enter the enemy's ranks in advance, but in this situation, unless Luan Baifeng left the Heavenly Sword Palace, it was impossible for her to send out a message. The Heavenly Sword Palace's defensive array was active, isolating the outside world and making it impossible to send out any messages. In other words, to contact her, the battle had to reach a point where Luan Baifeng would be deployed. This matter wasn't actually difficult. As long as Yang Kai put enough pressure on Heavenly Sword Union, Luan Baifeng would definitely have a chance to move out and make contact. Yang Kai gazed at everyone and asked, Who wants to lead the attack? Iron Blood Great Emperor was the first to step forward and volunteer. Let me. It had only been half a year since he had broken through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, and he had spent most of his time in retreat, consolidating his cultivation. It was an extremely boring process, so he longed for a good fight. Furthermore, fighting with others was far more efficient than cultivating in retreat to consolidate one's foundation. The dangers of wandering between life and death also often stimulated one's potential. Yang Kai denied with a smile, "Senior Iron Blood, please don't make a move for now. After your breakthroughs, you are all hidden forces of Void Land. I'm preparing to give Heavenly Sword Union a pleasant surprise when the time is right. So unless it's absolutely necessary, I want you to remain hidden." Iron Blood Great Emperor snorted unhappily but still sat back down. Mao Zhe stood up and proposed, "Let us take the lead. After all, we should retrieve the face we lost ourselves." Previously, the three mountain lords had been forced to retreat by Heavenly Sword Union, not because their strength was necessarily inferior, but because they were heavily outnumbered. Now that all of Void Land's forces were ready to be deployed, Mao Zhe naturally wanted to avenge his previous humiliation. Yang Kai agreed with a nod. "Then I'll leave the first team to the three mountain lords. Take 10 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 100 below the Fifth Order." Mao Zhe and the other two stood up and cupped their fists. "Yes." Turning around, they walked out. After they left, Yang Kai continued, "Hui Gu, Hua Yong, Shu Mu Dan." Hui Gu and the couple stood up and responded, "Sir, the three of you will lead another 100 people and prepare to assist at any time." The three of them nodded and went out to prepare. "Yu He, Mo Mei." Yang Kai called out again. The two women stepped forward. "Ready 200 people as reserves, just in case." "Yes." After issuing these orders, Yang Kai raised his head and looked outside. All 8 known Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland had been mobilized. So Heavenly Sword Union would have to arrange for Luan Baifeng to fight. As long as Luan Baifeng had the opportunity to leave the Heavenly Sword Palace, she could find an opportunity to send a message. A moment later, streaks of light flew out from the Shattered Spirit Province and headed straight for the Heavenly Sword Palace. Although there weren't many in this group, all of them were Open Heaven Realm Masters. This was a battlefield for the Open Heaven Realm, and those below it weren't qualified to participate. At the same time, in the main hall of the Heavenly Sword Palace, Zuoquan Hui was sitting on his throne with a group of Sixth Order cultivators standing in front of him. There were old, young, men, and women, but all of them served Zuoquan Hui. A disciple dressed in Heavenly Sword Union's uniform rushed in and cupped his fist. Reporting to Union Master, a 100-man team from Voidland is heading straight for Heavenly Sword Palace, led by Mao Zhe, Gengqing, and Zhouya. Hearing this, Zuoquan Hui coldly snorted. They sure are courageous, daring to take the initiative to attack. On his left, an old man stroked his beard and smiled. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, a young man's temper is too hot, but this is just what the Union Master wants. This old man was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Heavenly Sword Union, but because of his advanced age, he stopped caring about worldly affairs and dedicated most of his time to secluded cultivation. After Zuoquan Hui had entered Heavenly Sword Union, Zuoquan Hui didn't care if he was willing or not, and dragged the old man along to serve him. Zuoquan Hui swept his gaze over the crowd majestically. Who will meet the enemy? The group of people below all looked at each other in dismay. Unlike Voidland's forces, who all volunteered to be the first to attack, no one here answered. Zuoquan Hui had not hesitated to drag Heavenly Sword Union into this war in order to avenge his fallen disciples. So naturally, the higher-ups of Heavenly Sword Union were naturally not very motivated. Eventually, someone suggested, "Union Master, how about we let these weaklings come over and show them the power of the Heavenly Sword Palace?" The Heavenly Sword Palace was a treasure that excelled at defense, offense, and mobility. If the people of Voidland dared to approach within 10,000 kilometers of it, those inside wouldn't even need to take action personally. The Heavenly Sword Palace's various arrays were enough to deal with them. If the enemy was careless enough, they might even be killed. However, How could Zuoquan Hui do such a thing? If he wanted to destroy Voidland and kill Yang Kai, he would first have to cut off their wings. If he really used the power of the Heavenly Sword Palace, it would only cause Voidland to retreat helplessly, which was not in line with his goals. Moreover, the people of Voidland weren't fools, so why would they purposely put themselves in danger? This was to be the first real confrontation between Heavenly Sword Union and Voidland. Yet no one had taken the initiative to help him resolve his problems, causing Zuoquan Hui to be quite annoyed. Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace's main hall, Zuoquan Hui had a cold and gloomy look on his face. The oppressive pressure of a seventh-order open heaven realm master was filling the air, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. The one who spoke realized that he had said something wrong and couldn't help but feel a bit terrified. Union Master, this mistress requests permission to lead our counterattack. I hope Union Master can grant my request. Just as Zuoquan Hui was about to lose all face, Luan Baifeng stepped up and elegantly bowed. Zuoquan Hui glanced at her warmly and nodded. Warden Luan is quite considerate, but with 3 sixth-order masters attacking together, you alone will be outnumbered. Although his cultivation was an order higher than Luan Baifeng's, she had chosen to join him on her own. And now that she had taken the initiative to offer herself to save him some face, Zuoquan Hui was naturally quite polite to her. Turning his head to the other side, he shouted, Huang Quan, Jin Gang, Song Yen. Being called out, no matter how unwilling Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch's trio was, they could only brace themselves and step forward. They cupped their fists and responded, This subordinate is here. I'll leave those 3 to you. Zuoquan Hui looked at them indifferently. How could Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch and the others dare to refute? Since they had submitted to someone else, they had to act like lackeys. The trio respectfully agreed. Rest assured, sir. We will make sure they never return. Turning around, they gathered their forces and left the Heavenly Sword Palace. A moment later, a great battle broke out in the void. This was not the first time the 3 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Prison Star had fought with the 3 Mountain Lords of Profound Yang Mountain. When Heavenly Sword Union had emerged from Flying Smoke territory, these 6 had been the first to fight. The 3 Mountain Lords, who were standing guard in Void territory, were outnumbered and had no choice but to retreat until Yang Kai arrived with reinforcements. Only then did they show their faces again. Could be said that both sides knew each other and were evenly matched. For a while, all kinds of large and small fights broke out in the void as the cultivators released various divine abilities and artifact attacks. It was an extremely spectacular sight. However, whether it was Heavenly Sword Union or Voidland, everyone knew that this was not the time for a decisive battle, so both sides acted with a certain degree of restraint. The scene might look exceptionally spectacular, but its participants were all acting cautiously. After fighting for half an hour, with the exception of a few who were injured, not a single fatality had occurred. It had to be said that this was not a small miracle, but a tacit understanding between both parties. Yang Kai, sitting in the Shattered Spirit Province, gazed at the distant battlefield. Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace, Zuoquan Hui's face turned livid. If he couldn't gain an advantage in this battle, how could he force Yang Kai to take action? If Yang Kai didn't take action, how could he have the chance to kill him? Just as Yang Kai had planned to give Luan Baifeng a chance to participate in the battle so she could send him a message, Zuoquan Hui's planned something similar. As long as he could force Yang Kai to show his face, his plan would be halfway there. Even if the Divine Spirit Heavenly Moon Demon Spider was protecting Yang Kai, it was not impossible for Zuoquan Hui to kill him. The last time he had been injured by Yang Kai was because he had been careless. This time he would not lower his guard. As long as he could kill Yang Kai, his revenge would be complete. As for the other residents of Voidland, he didn't care whether they lived or died. Seeing the state of the battle, Zuoquan Hui was unhappy and called out once more, Huang Mao, Liang Su, Qi Xian, Dan Yang. The 4 people below all stood up and accepted their orders. These 4 were all 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Heavenly Sword Union. Yang Kai had once asked Luan Baifeng about the strength of Heavenly Sword Union, and she responded that there were 4 6th-order Masters that she and the public were aware of. 2 of them had been killed by Yang Kai, leaving only 2 behind. However, she had no idea about those who were hiding in the dark. Huang Mao and Liang Su were the 2 who were known to the public, while Qi Xian and Dan Yang were the hidden masters of Heavenly Sword Union. Both of them were older generations masters, and basically spent all their time in secluded retreat. If Zhuo Quanhui hadn't taken over Heavenly Sword Union, how could they have appeared here? Then again, Heavenly Sword Union and Yang Kai did have a kind of irreconcilable enmity between them. They wanted to use Zhuo Quanhui's power to avenge the death of 2 of their union masters, so they didn't have any objections to his orders. The 4 of you will lead more people to support Huang Quan and the other 2. You must gain the upper hand. Yes, the 4 quickly responded. Zhuo Quanhui then turned to the remaining 6th order disciple from his lineage and ordered, Ziyan, you go too and act according to the situation. Master, don't worry. This disciple understands what she must do. Ziyan clenched her teeth and turned around. The hatred in her eyes threatened to burn the world. Zhuo Quanhui currently had many 6th order subordinates, but he only had one true confidant, and that was Ziyan. After all, she was his direct disciple, so her loyalty was unquestionable. Furthermore, only Ziyan knew what Zhuo Quanhui was planning. Does Martial Uncles will want to end this battle quickly? A voice suddenly rang out in the hall. As soon as the battle began, Zhuo Quanhui had sent out almost all of his 6th order Open Heaven Realm subordinates, so his intentions were obvious. A smart person would naturally be able to guess what he wanted. Zhuo Quanhui replied in a low voice, Martial Nephew is right, this monarch does have such intentions. Zhuo Quanhui didn't show any trace of politeness towards others. He ordered them around as he liked, but towards this person, Zhuo Quanhui was extremely amiable. He had no choice in the matter, as this person's background could not be underestimated, and just like Luan Baifeng, he had taken the initiative to join him. So, naturally Zhuo Quanhui had to treat him with respect. The person took a short pause before continuing. According to the information we've gathered, there are a total of 8 6th order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland besides Yang Kai. On our side, there are 3 from the Prison Star, which are Huang Quan and his men, 4 from Heavenly Sword Union, making it a total of 8 if we include your disciple. This time, we've met a worthy opponent. It's going to be a good show. The man smiled slightly as he spoke, his eyes filled with anticipation. Zhuo Quanhui added in an earnest manner, That's why we may need Martial Nephew and Warden Luan to put pressure on them later. Only then will Yang Kai show himself. The man assured with a nod, Of course, that's not a problem. Turning his head to look at Luan Baifeng, his eyes brazenly lingered on her towering chest for a moment before he smiled and added, Warden Luan, I hope we can cooperate well. Luan Baifeng covered her mouth and giggled. This mistress is a woman with a weak physique. I've never seen such a big scene before, so I'm quite anxious. I'll have to trouble junior brother to take care of me later. The man chuckled and stated, Of course, of course. Luan Baifeng also smiled, but a trace of anxiety flashed across her beautiful eyes. She hadn't expected that she would be used by Zhuo Quanhui as a last resort. In this situation, she wouldn't be able to inform Yang Kai in advance about the situation, and once Zhuo Quanhui's plan succeeded, Yang Kai would really fall into great danger. Now that she and Yang Kai were riding the same boat, if anything happened to him, she would not be able to survive either. She turned her head to look outside, and when Luan Baifeng saw that the battlefield was becoming more and more chaotic, the anxiety in her eyes became even more intense. Heavenly Sword Union had sent out 8 6th order Open Heaven Masters, so Voidland could only respond accordingly. Fortunately, Yang Kai had made arrangements long ago. After the 3 mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain, Huigu, Huayong, Yuhi and Mo Mei also took action in an orderly manner. The 6th order Open Heaven Realm battlefield was evenly matched. After all, everyone had the same number of people, so neither side could gain any advantage. Although they fought fiercely, whether it was the enemy or their allies, none of them were in any danger of dying. On the other hand, the battlefields below the 6th order soon had distinct differences in strength. Although Heavenly Sword Union was also a peak second-class force with many Open Heaven Realm Masters, it was still slightly inferior to the current Voidland. The countless years of accumulation of the abundant city cultivators from the blood monster cave heaven had finally borne fruit in Voidland. Furthermore, Xianxia had brought a large number of open heaven realm masters from the shadowless cave heaven as well. Now, the total number of open heaven realm masters below the 6th order in Voidland had reached about a shocking 1,500. This was an extremely large number, and under the cave heavens and paradises, there were very few forces who possessed so many open heaven realm masters. Naturally, Heavenly Sword Union was inferior. Voidland didn't even need to mobilize all its forces. Sending just half was enough to crush the enemy. In a situation where the 6th order open heaven realm masters couldn't interfere, the cultivators below that order became the key to victory. What's more, Voidland had many 5th order open heaven realm masters. Xianxia's eyes swept over the battlefield and clearly saw Heavenly Sword Union's open heaven realm masters being suppressed to the point where they couldn't even breathe. From time to time, a small universe would collapse and the world force would erupt, the phenomenon following the death of an open heaven realm master. As he was looking around, Xianxia was suddenly shocked and his eyes fixed on a fiery red figure as his brow twitched violently. The fiery red figure was none other than Zhu Qing, who had just undergone a bloodline transformation. Although the power of her dragon vein had greatly increased, overall, she only possessed the strength of a 3rd or 4th order open heaven realm. In such a battlefield, she was at great risk of being hurt or even dying. Who brought her out? The veins on Xianxia's forehead bulged. However, on second thought, he realized that no one would do such a thing, and the most likely scenario was that she had run off on her own. Lu Shui, who had been standing next to Xianxia, also saw this scene and leaned over to ask in a low voice, "Sir, do we need to bring the madam back? On the battlefield, swords have no eyes." Lu Shui had consumed a mid-rank world fruit in the past, allowing her to advance from the 4th order open heaven realm to the 5th order open heaven realm directly. Moreover, she was one of the earliest open heaven realm masters to follow Xianxia, so she could be considered a trusted aide. Now, she was staying by Xianxia's side as a messenger. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before slowly shaking his head. No need. Since Zhu Qing was willing to fight, Xianxia let her do as she pleased. Of course, what really reassured Xianxia was that he could clearly see Old Bai, chef, and accountant sticking close to Zhu Qing's position, neither interfering with her battle with her enemies nor allowing powerful opponents to approach. With the 3 of them taking care of her, Zhu Qing's life shouldn't be in danger, and such a battle would be good for her growth. Moving his eyes away, Xianxia continued to observe the battlefield with a frown. He didn't see Luan Bai Feng on the battlefield, which meant that there were still more 6th order masters on Heavenly Sword Union side. It was just that he didn't know how much strength Zuoquan Hui was concealing. No matter what, he had to take extra precautions. Turning his head, Xianxia stated, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. We may need your help later." Originally, he had wanted to hide Iron Blood and the others so that he could give Zuoquan Hui a big surprise. But now it seemed that he wouldn't be able to hide them for long. Once Luan Bai Feng was sent out, he would need someone to deal with her. After Iron Blood Great Emperor had advanced, 6 more 6th order open heaven realm masters had appeared in Voidland. Although all of them had just broken through and were unable to display the full strength of the 6th order open heaven realm, 2 of them would easily be able to suppress one opponent. As long as Zuoquan Hui's side didn't send out more than 4 6th order open heaven realm masters, Xianxia could deal with them without making an appearance, but it was impossible for him to keep hiding Voidland's strength. It was not easy to reach the 6th order open heaven realm, so Xianxia estimated that Zuoquan Hui wouldn't have too many more at his disposal. In other words, with Voidland's current strength, they should be able to handle the situation. A moment later, another batch of streaks of light rushed out from the Heavenly Sword Palace and rushed towards the battlefield. The 2 leading people were obviously 6th order open heaven realm masters. Xianxia looked over, and when he saw the face of one of them, he was stunned as this person's entire body was surrounded by demon qi. It was none other than Myriad Demon's Heaven's Pei Wenxian. Why is he here? Is it on Myriad Demon's Heaven's orders or of his own volition? If it's the former, then Voidland will really be in big trouble. Myriad Demon's Heaven is one of the 36 cave heavens. How can Void Land resist such a massive force? If Myriad Demons Heaven really decided to interfere, Xianxia decided that he would immediately gather everyone and return to Void Land to hide under Baishi's tortoise shell. However, Xianxia didn't find too many Myriad Demons Heaven disciples in the new batch of Open Heaven Realm Masters. Only 3 or 4 at most. This discovery made Xianxia feel relieved. Apparently, Pei Wenxian's interference in Void Land's battle with Heavenly Sword Union wasn't ordered by Myriad Demons Heaven. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so few people here. He should be acting alone. Naturally, Luan Baifeng was leading the group together with Pei Wenxian. At the same time Xianxia saw her, his communication bead vibrated. Xianxia took it out and immediately understood the message Luan Baifeng had sent him. All the elites had been deployed to lure the snake out of its hole, so they had to be careful. Xianxia quietly put away the communication bead and turned his head to look at Iron Blood Great Emperor. Just as he was about to speak though, he suddenly felt 2 powerful auras appear seemingly out of thin air. Looking up, Xianxia saw 2 streaks of light approaching from the distance at an astonishing speed. Feeling the aura of these 2 newcomers, Xianxia's expression became strange and he swallowed his words. The 2 people who had suddenly appeared flew across the vast void like 2 sharp blades, directly charging towards the team led by Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng with astonishing momentum. Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng had received Zuoquan Hui's orders. They were preparing to bring their people into the battlefield to pressure Void Land further and force Xianxia to take action, thus creating an opportunity for Zuoquan Hui to act. But who would have thought that 2 more 6th Order Masters would suddenly appear and attack them? Feeling the strength of the approaching enemies, Pei Wenxian didn't even have time to think about where these 2 people had come from or what their identities were. He immediately used a divine ability together with Luan Baifeng to counterattack. The 2 attackers didn't try to dodge, and instead seemed to perform a joint attack technique. The 2 figures quickly intertwined and their world forces fused together to form a Taiyi Yin-Yang chart, which suddenly expanded and enveloped Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng. The next moment, the Taiyi Yin-Yang chart began rotating rapidly, like a giant millstone crushing the void. World force fluctuated wildly as miserable screams rang out. The people on the Shattered Spirit Province were dumbfounded at this sight. Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others, who had been itching to fight, broke into a cold sweat as they stared at the sudden change in the battlefield, secretly wondering what would happen if they were enveloped by this kind of divine ability. They might not end up dead, but serious injuries would be inevitable. Who is that? Iron Blood Great Emperor turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia hesitated before replying. It should be Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. You invited them? Bustling World Great Emperor asked. These 2 had suddenly appeared without any warning, and Xianxia had never told them about this either. Xianxia denied, shaking his head. I don't know about this either. He really had no idea what was happening. If it weren't for those 2 taking the initiative to attack, he wouldn't have even known they were here. By the looks of it, Su Linggong didn't ignore him. His status as a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law still seemed a little useful. Then do we still attack? Iron Blood Great Emperor stared at Xianxia. No need for now. Xianxia waved his hand. Just continue hiding. Some of the Great Emperors wore looks of disappointment on their faces. It had only been a short time since they had broken through to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, so they hadn't had a chance to carefully test their strength yet. They had thought that this was an opportunity, but who would have thought that people from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven would suddenly appear and intercept the enemy? For a moment, they didn't know if they should thank or curse them. With a massive burst of energy, the Taiyi Yin-Yang chart that had been suppressing the entire region suddenly shattered as several figures flew out. Originally, Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng had brought some 40 or 50 Open Heaven Realm Masters below the 6th Order from Heavenly Sword Palace, but now only half of them remained. The rest were all dead. Furthermore, almost everyone who was still alive was injured, with the exception of those at or above the 5th Order. Although Pei Wenxian wasn't hurt, he was still in a sorry state. After breaking free, he roared, Qing Kuei, Suing Shui, you court death. In the void, Qing Kuei and Suing Shui stood side by side. The former sneered when he heard this and snapped back, Such impudence. It seems you need a good beating. Luan Baifeng stood to the side, not saying a word as she adjusted her messy clothes slightly, feeling a heavy weight lifting from her chest. She had been worried that Yang Kai would be forced to act and gives Wuquan Hui a chance to kill him. But by the looks of it, the sudden appearance of Inyang Cave Heaven had resolved this crisis. From her standpoint, she should be thanking Qing Kuei and suing Shui, so she naturally wouldn't say anything, but neither would she let her expressions betray her thoughts. You dare attack me? Pei Wenxian stared coldly at Qing Kuei and suing Shui. I'm afraid you've forgotten what happened to Chu Huashang. I will definitely report this matter to Inyang Cave Heaven and have you condemned as accomplices. Back then, Chu Huashang had only interfered with Yang Kai's affairs. Nothing too serious. Yet she was forced to become a prize for the Dao Theory Assembly and was sentenced to 100 years of confinement. Qing Kuei and suing Shui's actions just now were much more serious than Chu Huashang's, as they had directly killed others. If they really followed the rules set by the Cave Heavens and Paradises, they would definitely be charged with the crime of creating internal strife. Qing Kuei, however, wasn't intimidated and sneered. If you can't beat others, you whine and complain to your elders? Is this myriad demon's heaven's way of doing things? How eye-opening. Qing Kuei also didn't have a good impression of myriad demon's heaven. The reason why his little junior sister had encountered such a terrible situation was because of myriad demon's heaven's Tizheng. So how could he have any goodwill towards Pei Wenxian? Pei Wenxian coldly snorted. Whatever you say, this matter will be decided by your Inyang Cave Heaven. Qing Kuei wore an aloof expression while suing Shui stated indifferently. There's no need to worry about that. Senior brother and I are no longer Inyang Cave Heaven disciples. Ha! Pei Wenxian gawked, wondering if he had misheard her. Because the two of us defied our honored master's commands a few days ago, we were expelled from the sect, so we are no longer Inyang Cave Heaven disciples. Su Ing Shui's expression remained flat, as if she was discussing the weather rather than their expulsion from their master sect. Pei Wenxian's face was filled with shock. The two of you were expelled from Inyang Cave Heaven? His first thought was that it was impossible. Su Linggong had taken in a total of 3 disciples in his life, and each of them was extremely precious to him. Even if they had committed a grave mistake, he would not be willing to expel them from the sect. Moreover, all 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were considered part of the elite forces of any Cave Heavens and Paradises and were more than capable of holding the position of an outer sect elder. How could they be casually expelled from the sect? Even if Su Linggong was willing, Inyang Cave Heaven would not let them go so easily. At the very least, their cultivations would be crippled. However, on second thought, this explanation sounded somewhat familiar. Zuoquan Hui's lineage could rebel against Thousand Crane Paradise. So why couldn't Qing Kuei and Su Ing Shui be expelled from Inyang Heaven? Su Linggong was obviously trying to cheat. But thinking about the other party's character, it wasn't strange for him to act so shamelessly. Good, enough idle chatter. Boy, are you ready? Qing Kuei palmed his fist tightly as he looked towards Pei Wenxian with a grin. Ready for what? Pei Wenxian's brow twitched. Ready for a beating, of course. I hope your skin is thick enough so you don't get beaten to death by father here. As he finished speaking, Qing Kuei raised his fists and pushed his world force towards Pei Wenxian. Pei Wenxian cried out in alarm as the demon qi around his body surged, transforming into a black cloud that engulfed his body. Although it had been a few years since he had broken through to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, and his foundation had somewhat stabilized, how could Pei Wenxian be a match for a veteran 6th Order master like Qing Kuei? Although he knew that Qing Kuei couldn't really kill him, being beaten half to death was still quite embarrassing, not to mention painful. So, when he saw Qing Kuei charging straight at him, Pei Wenxian immediately used his divine ability to conceal himself while falling back and waiting for an opportunity to act. However, the Cave Heavens and Paradises had interacted with each other for countless millennia, so even if they didn't know each other's techniques and divine abilities like the back of their hands, they had a certain understanding of them at the very least. Qing Kuei didn't even bat an eye as he rushed into the demonic cloud, and a moment later, Pei Wenxian's muffled grunts clearly rang out. On the other side, Su Ing Shui went straight to Luan Baifeng before the two women engaged in a fierce battle. Unlike how Qin Kuei had proclaimed that he would beat Pei Wenxian, he had to hold back a bit in order to avoid killing him. In the end, Pei Wenxian was still a core disciple of Myriad Demon's Heaven, so if he were to die, it would definitely cause a huge stir. The current battle between Voidland and Heavenly Sword Union was all because of the death of a core disciple, and this was only possibly because of Inyang Cave Heaven applying political pressure from the background. If it weren't for Inyang Cave Heaven, Voidland wouldn't be facing Heavenly Sword Union, but Thousand Crane Paradise. Suing Shui, on the other hand, didn't need to worry too much about this. When she attacked, her killing intent surged and every move she made was deadly. However, Luan Baifeng didn't dare to say anything to her and could only try to resolve the situation on her own. Fortunately, Luan Baifeng was no pushover. Although her background wasn't as high as Suing Shui's, her Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Cultivator was extremely profound. For a time, the fight between the two as they exchanged moves one after another was quite a spectacular sight. Zuoquan Hui had sent Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng as a last resort, but they were unable to finish their mission. Furthermore, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters he had sent out were also being preoccupied with different opponents, and were unable to extricate themselves. As for those below the Sixth Order, they were suffering heavy casualties because they were outnumbered. Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace, Zuoquan Hui's face was so dark and gloomy that it looked as if it could blot out light from the entire world.